Arrive in national capital for BRICS foreign ministers meeting. Trump in China for high-stakes meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing amid trade tensions.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and I'm here with my co-host, my co-anchor.
A very good morning. I'm Jongtham Amrita, and we begin with a major focus story today. The Congress is set to announce its Chief Minister candidate for Kerala on Thursday, ending days of political suspense following the UDF's electoral victory in the state. Shivam.
Yeah, now the decision comes after a series of high-level meetings in New Delhi between party leaders, including Rahul Gandhi and senior Kerala representatives, now to finalize the leadership choice. Now, with Jairam Ramesh confirming that all decisions have been completed, the announcement is expected to bring clarity on the party's leadership ahead of the government formation in Kerala. Watch this report for more information.
The Congress will likely announce its Chief Minister candidate for Kerala on Thursday, bringing an end to days of speculation after the UDF's return to power in the state. The announcement follows a series of high-level meetings in New Delhi involving Rahul Gandhi and senior leaders from Kerala to finalize the leadership choice. Former KPCC President K. Muralidharan and V.M. Sudhiran were among those who held discussions with the party high command on the political situation in Kerala. Leaders said the consultation focused on feedback from the ground, organizational strength, and consensus building within the party ahead of the government formation.
नाम मोटा मोटी फाइनल है और वहाँ का चुनाव ऐसे जो केरल का कांग्रेस का संगठन है वो सभी राज्यों के लिए अनुकरणीय है और जिस तरह से केसी वेणुगोपाल जी ने वहाँ के चुनाव को पूरे गंभीरता से लिया और सारे सेक्शंस को एक साथ करके तो सबसे बड़ी भूमिका उनकी है बाकी तय तो आला कमान करता है
Congress leader Jairam Ramesh confirmed that all discussions on the Kerala Chief Minister phase have been completed and the decision will be formally announced on Thursday.
As authorized by the members of the CMP in Kerala, the High Command of the Congress has completed all discussions and the decision on who the next Chief Minister of Kerala will be announced.
Muralidharan had earlier indicated that the party's decision could come within 48 hours, signaling that the leadership process was in its final stage. With the announcement imminent, the Congress aims to put an end to internal speculation and move forward with the formal formation of its government in Kerala.
And shifting focus to a major story emerging from Manipur, fresh tensions are brewing in the state after 3 church leaders were shot dead and several others injured after unidentified armed men ambushed their vehicles in Kangpokpi district in the state. Shiva.
Yes, now the Manipur government has strongly condemned the attack and vowed strict action against the culprits. Here's a full report on everything we know so far.
3 church leaders killed and several injured in an ambush by unidentified assailants in Manipur's Kangpokpi. The injured were rushed to the hospital in Imphal for medical treatment. Protests broke out across Manipur after the killing of 3 church leaders.
The reason this attack has shocked many people is because the victims were church leaders returning from a religious conference in Churachandpur. Churches and religious leaders have traditionally played a major role in maintaining peace and social unity in the hill areas. So an attack on them is being viewed as a deeply alarming development. At the same time, serious questions are once again being raised over why the conflict has been allowed to continue for so long without a comprehensive political solution. Despite heavy deployment of security forces and repeated peace appeals, mistrust between communities, presence of armed groups, and lack of sustained dialogue continue to keep the situation volatile.
Manipur Chief Minister Yumnam Khemchand Singh, along with the Deputy Chief Minister Lizo Diko, visited the injured to inquire about their well-being. The Chief Minister has condemned the ambush attack, claiming the lives of 3 innocent civilians. He promised strict action in the case while urging for peace and restraint. The United Christian Forum of Northeast India condemned the attack and expressed grief over the killings. Security has been intensified in Kangpokpi and other Kuki Zo areas following the attack.
Now, viewers, a big focus story of the day. U.S. President Donald Trump has arrived in China, in Beijing, for one of the most consequential diplomatic meetings of his presidency, now with tensions simmering over tariffs over Taiwan and semiconductors as well, and rare earth supplies. A big key meeting set to take place in Beijing. Shivam.
Trump is set to hold high-stakes talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While both sides are seeking to stabilize the ties, the outcome of the summit could have far-reaching implications for the global economy, supply chains, and the broader geopolitical order. And we'll be live with the latest updates and all what's happening in China. But first up, let's have a look at the top story, our report on that.
US President Donald Trump has arrived in Beijing, where high-stakes talks with Chinese President are expected to begin shortly. Upon arrival, Trump told reporters, "We are the 2 superpowers," underscoring the significance of the meeting between the world's 2 largest economies. Trump also claimed the United States remain the strongest military power in the world, while describing China as the 2nd strongest. The summit comes at a critical time for Trump, who is facing domestic pressure over the West Asia conflict and its impact on inflation and fuel prices. The Trump administration is hoping to begin work on a new Board of Trade mechanism to address long-standing economic disputes with China. Key issues on the agenda include tariff rollbacks, Taiwan, semiconductor controls, rare earth supplies, and wider trade restrictions. Although Trump has said the Iran conflict is not formally on the agenda, the West Asia crisis is expected to figure prominently in discussions.
I have a great relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to remain that way. We have a lot of things to discuss. I wouldn't say Iran is one of them, to be honest with you, because we have Iran very much under control. We're either going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. So one way or the other, we win. But we're going to be talking with President Xi about a lot of different things. I would say more than anything else will be trade.
China's strategic relationship with Iran and its position as a major buyer of Iranian oil gives Beijing a significant influence in the region. Taiwan is also expected to be a sensitive topic as questions grow over whether Trump could recalibrate US support for the island. At the same time, Taiwan's dominance in advanced chip manufacturing has made it central to the global artificial intelligence race. The meeting marks an attempt by both nations to manage deep divisions triggered by tariffs, technology restrictions, and the strategic rivalry. Any breakthrough could help stabilize global markets and reduce the risk of fresh disruptions to international supply chains. The outcome of these talks could influence not just bilateral relations between the 2 countries, but the broader balance of power in the global economy. As Trump and the Chinese counterparts sit down in Beijing, the world will be watching closely for signs of a reset between two superpowers whose decisions could shape the global order for the years to come.
The meeting of two superpowers, that's what Donald Trump has said. Shivam, in fact, it could not be wrong. The one nation in the east and the other nation in the west, two superpowers, two military giants, two economic powerhouses as well. And the vote will be setting the stage for all of the talks, majorly focusing on trade and the war in West Asia as well.
Yeah, definitely. Now the top focus will be on the future relations that will be between China and United States of America. It has always been a complicated relationship. I'm being joined by an esteemed guest. We have Mr. David K. Johnston, investigative American journalist and professor, Rochester Institute of Technology. He's live from New York. A big day today, sir. What do you think? What's your take on the meeting that is going to happen between China and United States of America? Because on one side, America is engaged in a war with Iran, though everything seems to be all right, but there is a blockade as of now, as we speak. And though they claim that Iran might not be an agenda point while the discussions are on, but you can't ignore the fact that America is right now in trouble because of Iran. Sir, your take on that?
Right. Well, earlier this week, in fact, Donald Trump said this would be a major topic of discussion, and now he says it won't be discussed hardly at all. The fact is, Donald Trump has arrived hat in hand. He is the party more in need of China than China is of the United States, largely because of his ill-advised and illegal war in Iran. The single largest buyer of Iranian oil is China. On the other hand, China has more than 4 times the oil reserves that the United States has. This isn't production, this is reserves of oil. So they're in a much stronger position than any other East Asian country to ride this out. And I think historians will record that 2026 was the year when the United States lost its position as the preeminent power in the world and China stepped forward.
Yeah, definitely.
And also, Mr. Johnston, we know that this meeting will be looking forward to most of the critical talks will be placed behind the Strait of Hormuz, reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and also a little bit of talk behind the trade war that happened between China and US. This was the major focal point, a big friction between these two nations. And with that against the backdrop, how will that talk be panning out for the two nations?
Well, Donald wants the Chinese to go back to buying American soybeans, which would be very important to farmers in the American Midwest. After his insults to China, they switched to buying from Brazil, Australia, and Canada. And I expect President Xi will give Donald Trump some relatively unimportant things, but things that will allow Trump to say, oh, see what a great negotiator I am. And by the way, having negotiated with Donald many times over the last 40 years, he's a terrible negotiator. He just has this claim that he's presented all the time about what a great negotiator he is. The issue of Taiwan, China eventually is confident they will bring the island of Formosa back into Beijing's realm. They would rather not do that, it's very clear, with military force. And without a question, the Chinese will be probing to see exactly where they think Trump is if they step up the pressure on the government in Taipei to surrender to Beijing, hopefully without firing a shot. Trump also needs to reach some accommodation on this issue of rare earths, which the Chinese limiting the export of and which are necessary for everything from smartphones, smart bombs, to the microphones you're using in the studio right now. The Chinese are very much in control of that, and Trump, to get that, will probably have to agree to giving the Chinese access to some of the more sophisticated computer chips that American companies have developed.
And also, Mr. Johnson, would you say, despite the friction and the strained relations, in fact, between these two nations, U.S. cannot completely write off China, because we know that China is the only nation that can develop rare earth elements into a usable form, and U.S. definitely needs that as well, the technology. And China is a country that cannot be written off from the U.S. so far.
Absolutely right about that. And it was about 18 years ago that I reported on how the U.S., which developed particularly neodymium, the most significant of the rare earths, and the use of it, proceeded under 2 different American presidents to sell all our technical knowledge of that to the Chinese military through fronts on Wall Street that were employed by the People's Liberation Army, and that reached right up to the family of an earlier paramount leader in China. Absolutely, this is a crucial issue. Now, China's not the only place that has rare earths. They're available from California, for example, if a mine that's been shut there reopens. But for the short term, the next year or 2 or 3, reaching some accommodation with China would be very important to the United States, not just to technical issues like cell phones and computers, but to this war effort against Iran, which is, of course, going very badly for the United States.
That's right. That's right, Mr. Johnson. Do stay with us, because we have a lot more discussions that awaited on this particular meeting. But right now, we will move on to another story that's coming up so far. Shivam.
Yeah, this is the much-awaited trailer of upcoming Hindi film Aakhri Sawal, which was launched in the presence of the cast and crew, starring Sanjay Dutt. The film explores significant chapters of Indian history and has already created buzz among cinema lovers.
That's right. Directed by Abhijit Mohan Warang, the movie is slated for theatrical release on May 15, 2026. Take a look.
We have a very intelligent audience out there, और इस फिल्म में हमने जिन जिन सवालों के जवाब दिए हैं, जिन सवालों को सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत अलग तरीके से बताया जाता है, उसके जवाब वो हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट्स क्रिएट करके हमने दिए हैं। वो उन जवाबों को देखे और अपनी क्षमता, अपनी इंटेलिजेंस के अनुसार अपना ओपिनियन फॉर्म करे। इस फिल्म में हम केवल तथ्य दिखा रहे हैं which are taken from historical events.
इस फिल्म से जब लोग इसे देखेंगे उनको समझ में आएगा, और संघ जो इतने सालों से देश के लिए करते आ रहा है उसके बारे में भी समझ में आएगा, और आप अपने अनुसार अपने व्यक्तिगत से आप क्या कर सकते हैं। हाउ कैन यू बी अ स्वयं सेवक फॉर भारत, हाउ कैन यू बी द कस्टोडियन ऑफ योर कंट्री। ये सवाल मैं अपने आप से रोज़ पूछता हूँ। आशा करता हूँ, उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आखिरी सवाल देखने के बाद आप में भी और अपने देश के प्रति, हमारे भारत के प्रति भाव बढ़े।
मतलब ये सवाल जो है हर बार पूछे जाते हैं, इसके जवाब हम देना चाहते हैं लेकिन कोई सुनना नहीं चाहता है, और जानबूझ के उसको बगल दी जाती है। इसलिए इस फिल्म के माध्यम से ये कुछ सवाल है जो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के बारे में हमेशा हर किसी के मन में होते हैं, ये पूछने का हमने धाड़स किया इस फिल्म से।
All right, now, Amrita, we'll continue our coverage on what's happening in Beijing and the talks which are about to happen in a short while. But also, we have a lot more lined up, other stories also.
That's right. Coming up next, after a very short break, CBI arrests 5 accused in multi-state crackdown in connection with NEET paper leak scandal. Coming up next.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth. क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you
And viewers, we have a big focus story as well. Today, India is hosting one of the most consequential BRICS meetings in recent years as foreign ministers from the expanded bloc gather in New Delhi amid rising tensions in West Asia.
Now, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov are among the key leaders attending the summit. Here's more on the story in this special report.
New Delhi is once again at the center of high-stakes global diplomacy this week as foreign ministers from the BRICS countries gather for a crucial summit. India, as the current chair of the expanded BRICS bloc, is hosting ministers from the grouping that now includes Iran, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, and Ethiopia. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is among the most closely watched leaders at the summit. His visit comes at a critical moment for Tehran and rising geopolitical tensions and growing concerns over energy routes and security in West Asia. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also arrived in New Delhi ahead of the summit and is expected to hold bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Brazilian Foreign Minister Mauro Vieira has also arrived at New Delhi, reinforcing the significance of the summit for the broader Global South agenda. The key focus of the meeting is expected to be around the evolving West Asia crisis, including the disruptions around the Strait of Hormuz and its impact on global energy markets. Trade coordination, de-dollarization efforts, along with multilateral reforms and cooperation among allied nations are expected to feature predominantly in the discussions. Another major point to watch will be whether BRICS issues a strong message on West Asia and global economic cooperation. The BRICS foreign ministers meet in New Delhi is now being seen as an important test of how far BRICS can evolve into an influential force in shaping the emerging world order.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा रखता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous. If Beijing stops buying from Iran to please the United States, it will immediately move to the Russian and Saudi Arabian markets to replace those 1.5 million barrels. India currently relies on Russia for nearly 40% of its total oil imports. If a giant like China suddenly moves its massive buying power into the Russian market, the special discounts India currently enjoys will vanish overnight. India would be forced into a bidding war against a country with an economy 5 times larger and 10 times the storage capacity. This shift is exactly why this meeting could cause India's fuel prices to skyrocket and effectively cut off its supply lines. Another major risk involves the United States' trade goals. The core objective for US at this summit is to reduce its massive trade deficit with Beijing. A primary American demand is for China to commit to buying massive quantities of US liquefied natural gas and crude oil. If Xi Jinping agrees to this multi-billion-dollar purchase of American energy, Trump may grant China a quiet, informal exemption regarding its use of dark fleets and non-dollar payment systems to buy whatever remaining Middle Eastern oil it needs. This creates a situation where India becomes the only major power actually making a sacrifice to follow the rules. While India pays a high price for legal oil and obey every American sanction, China would be free to grow its economy using much cheaper hidden energy. As a result, India could face record high inflation and a slowing economy, while its biggest rival gets a secret advantage to leap ahead. Ultimately, the Trump-Xi meeting is not about friendship. It is about a superpower and a rising challenger deciding how to divide the world's resources. China's strategy.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I'm here with our senior executive editor, Abhishek, and this will cut across to the live visuals that we are getting because Donald Trump is in Beijing, and it's a high-level talks that are going to happen, Abhishek.
A significant diplomatic powwow there in Beijing panning out, Shivam. Remember, what happens between United States and China essentially determines what happens in the rest of the world, because that's the rivalry and competition of the moment. Let's cut live to pictures coming in from Beijing. Warm, grand welcome rather. Pictures have started coming in. We'll in between cut to Nats to give you a feel. President Trump arrived last evening in Beijing with a high-powered delegation, and it's high-powered at both levels from the government of the United States. President Trump is accompanied by half a dozen of his secretaries, and on the corporate side, almost 15, I counted, top honchos, the CEOs of all the big tech from the United States, not just big tech, but even otherwise, the top corporate leadership of America traveling with President Trump. Elon Musk talked about, and Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, and of course, Tim Cook of Apple, among others, Sanjay Malhotra of Micron. So, and that really, the delegation composition itself gives a picture of the kind of agenda that's there between China and the United States. It's obviously not just about trade. Trade, of course, is the biggest component of this relationship, but this is at ultimately, it's about the geostrategy that's panning out globally with Trump as president, and the manner in which the United States is engaging with the rest of the world in a very Trumpist way. President Trump arriving there. Can we cut to the Nats? First meeting there, first handshake between President Trump and President Xi Jinping happening in Beijing. Okay, the first photo op. Remember, President Trump was received by Vice President of China, not Xi Jinping himself. She has never greeted a visiting leader at the airport tarmac. And so a vice president leading the meeting there. But what is important is that this was an upgrade from the last time when a state councillor in Yang Jiechi had received. Now the delegations being introduced on both the sides. President Xi first introducing the Chinese side. This is the formal ceremony of welcome. Okay, David K. Johnston joins us from the United States on this, even as we stay with the pictures. David, White House has said history is being made as President Xi Jinping and United States President Trump meet there in Beijing.
Well, I think history is being made here, but it's not particularly good history for the U.S. Donald Trump thought when he attacked Iran that he would go to Beijing in a very strong position. And instead, now he's in a quagmire. The Iranians are still standing, and the latest intelligence assessments say that they're in a very strong position. And at the same time, news just broke in the United States of new U.S. intelligence assessments about China, saying that China is getting stronger and more influential. And I think that historians will look back at 2026 as the year when the U.S. lost its dominant position that it's held since the end of World War II, and China began to pull ahead as the key power in the world.
Yeah. David, we'll continue this conversation over the next couple of hours. We are getting these pictures of President Trump and President Xi Jinping. President Jinping, in fact, having a formal welcome ceremony for President Trump. These are from outside the Great Hall of People at the Tiananmen Square, the famous Tiananmen Square of 1989. But these are, of course, changed times. The two leaders having a brisk walk. Ceremonial welcome now in order after the two sides introduced each other. The delegations were introduced to the respective leaders. And we have to speak to the pictures. Soon we'll have Nats. So I'm going to be joined in by Andrew Leung. But before that, let's cut to the Nats.
统而下，中国人民解放军仪仗队列举完毕，请您检阅。
Ceremony, official welcome ceremony there of President Trump from the Great Hall of People at the Tiananmen Square with Xi Jinping accompanying him, Tri-Services Guard of Honor, gun salute, and those children there in colorful bandanas welcoming President Trump, Shivam, and this is going to be a significant diplomatic assignment for President Trump, given the kind of frost that's been there between the two leaders, between the two nations. Okay, we have David K. Johnston continuing with them. We have Andrew K.P. Loom joining us from Beijing for this broadcast. Let me go to Andrew first. Welcome, Andrew. Good morning from here in New Delhi. And your first take on the pictures that came in of the first handshake between the two leaders, the ceremony, the grand ceremony, the welcome, and now the brass tacks, the official part of the visit begins.
Well, we've just seen the optics and the choreography, which of course is the first time in almost 10 years. But then that is by no means a grand change of the kind of mode, the confrontation, rivalry between the two great powers. You can just see that what Trump is trying to get, what sort of deliverables he's trying to come out from this meeting, just by looking at the prominent members of his delegation, represented by the United States top businessmen. The Nvidia, the chips, Tesla, and then Goldman Sachs and Apple. So all these are expected to be the key deliverables as far as President Trump is concerned. But of course, he is arriving at this meeting at a relatively weakened position, as mentioned earlier, by the turn of events on the Iran war, which originally he hoped to be a cakewalk, but actually is now ending up that he has to somewhat seek President Xi's help to put China's control over Iran in terms of the fact that China is buying 90% of Iran's oil. It's much more leverage than the United States has, just relying on its military on Iran's resilience. Secondly, he wants to have a pause in the kind of rather choppy relationship with China so that he can regroup. But most of all, on top of his mind is the looming midterm elections. He has to come away with a narrative of victory over Iran. After all, he has already destroyed his Navy, his Air Force, a lot of military assets. But what he needs is a return to normalcy, which is still up for grabs. Secondly, as I mentioned, he wants to have these deliverables apart from all these big ticket items.
Just interjecting because I have to inform our viewers about the pictures that are coming in. The two sides are now inside the Great Hall. The ceremony, of course, was outside, and I can see Marco Rubio there. Scott Bessent, among others, as part of the delegation accompanying President Trump. We can see some of those corporate leaders. We can see Pete Hegseth, the war secretary, and essentially, and Marco Rubio in the pictures. David, you know, Marco Rubio is someone who's sanctioned by the Chinese, and to let the American Secretary of State come in, they had to change his name. They had to change his character as in the Chinese language, in the Mandarin, so that, you know, with that little sleight of hand, they could allow a sanctioned Secretary of State to come in, David.
Hello, are you asking me?
Yes, David. No, David, I'm asking you, David.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, I think that China is now holding a trump card, which has succeeded in repelling Trump's aggression in terms of China's dominance over the processing of rare earths, which are critical inputs for even the United States state-of-the-art military assets, including F-35 fighters and also missiles, which are being depleted over the war in Iran. In order to reproduce these kind of assets, the rare earth elements are essential. And that, of course, succeeds in brokering a more a kind of stable relationship. But of course, that China has also pivoted its trade towards the global south, which managed to at least restore some of the balance in China's economy. So I think that we are now seeing a meeting between the two great powers with President Xi in a much better position compared with President Trump facing the prospects of a looming midterm election, and his popularity is plummeted because of the war, and then his constituencies are struggling with daily necessities and rising prices at the pump. So he needs to have a return to normalcy. He needs to suppress the oil prices, and then he needs to bring along these big ticket items, including soybeans for his Midwest constituency and the Boeing.
Sorry to be interjecting. I believe President Xi Jinping is speaking. We have to cut to it live.
世界走到新的时期，中美两国能不能跨越所谓的修昔底德陷阱，开创大国关系的新范式？能不能携手应对全球挑战，为世界注入更多的稳定性？能不能彰显两国人民的福祉和人类前途命运？ 世界走到新的十字路口，中美两国能不能跨越所谓的修昔底德陷阱，开创大国关系的新范式？能不能携手应对全球挑战，为世界注入更多的稳定性？能不能彰显两国人民的福祉和人类前途命运？ 共同开创两国关系的美好未来，这些可以说是历史之问、世界之问、人民之问，也是我同您作为大国领导人需要共同书写的时代答卷。今年是美国独立250周年。 我向你和美国人民表示祝贺。我始终认为，中美之间的共同利益大于分歧。中美各自成功是彼此的机遇，中美关系稳定是世界的利好。双方合则两利，斗则俱伤，应当做伙伴而不是对手。 相互成就，共同繁荣，走出一条新时代大国正确相处之道。我期待着同总统先生就事关两国和世界的重大问题交换意见，共同为中美关系这艘大船领好航、掌好舵，让2026年。 成为中美关系继往开来的历史性、标志性年份。我就先说这么多，请总统先生讲。
Well, President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing, and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Between President Xi Jinping and President Trump there, particularly impressed by the official welcome ceremony, said it's an honor to have a fantastic relationship. He spoke about the personal relationship between the two of them. He also said that this is the longest relationship that an American president has had with the Chinese president. And then he said, we frequently talk to each other and it's a fantastic future together. And that he also said President Xi Jinping is a great leader, and people don't like him saying it back in the United States, but that he would still say it, that Xi Jinping is a great leader. And then he spoke about who's accompanying him, all the top leaders from the corporate world of the United States. President Xi Jinping, President Trump said that they are here to pay their respects to you. First he said Xi Jinping, and then he said to China. And then he said, I look forward to the discussions. Biggest summit ever. People in the United States are not talking about anything else but this visit of Trump to Beijing. A relationship between US and China looks great. Those were the opening comments of Trump, very conciliatory and very effusive in praise of Xi Jinping there. Also Chinese military, that was interesting, Nan. Anna Tenjin is with us. You want to take a question to him on what Xi Jinping said?
Right, NR, in fact, that is my question to you. You just heard Xi Jinping speak. We couldn't really understand Chinese, so if you could help us kind of decode of what he was trying to say, that would be great.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Chinese very well either. I know that officially it was just a welcome. They're looking forward to the negotiations, some flowery language, that type of thing. But the tone has to be firm and make sure that Donald Trump at once feels welcome, but also knows that there are serious issues on the table.
And did you watch the pictures coming in from the Great Hall of people from outside, the first handshake, the optics of it, the body language between the two leaders? You think Xi Jinping was his usual self in being restrained, and that he in fact perhaps made Trump also be a little restrained?
Well, I mean, Donald Trump said, was anticipating that Xi Jinping was going to give him a great big hug when he got there. Obviously, that didn't happen. That's not a very Chinese
that's
thing.
reserved for New Delhi, That's reserved for New Delhi.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I don't see what's restrained. What you have is two powerful leaders who are in the midst of a contentious negotiation. Remember, everything we see here is about the politics. Donald Trump has real issues at home. He likes to say no one's talking about anything else, but if you look on social media, the Epstein files, the price of gasoline, unpopularity is all over the place. In China, they're concerned about what they see as a containment policy that is attacking all of these sensitive straits. Where most of the trade goes through. This is what you have with the Panama Canal and also the Straits of Hormuz. It's also looking at attacking their energy structure. There was an interesting book put out in 2022 by a gentleman named Eldridge Colby. Now, he's the undersecretary for the Department of War or Department of Defense, depending who you're talking to, for policy. He's an anti-China hawk, and he believes and he wrote in this book that the way to deal with China is to cut off their energy and also disrupt their supply chains. The problem with that is it's kind of like with Iran. You're going to destroy the rest of the world by trying to get at your opponent. Yeah. This is not going to sit well. But in the meantime, they have to, the political realities, despite the ideological issues, are how do we get through very contentious, difficult times?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, is it really about those contentious issues or, the respective local debate that's going on? So, for example, you mentioned about the Epstein files in the case of United States or the sacking of, and not just sacking, in fact, death penalty to two former defense ministers. But it is essentially about the two biggest parts of the day really trying to negotiate with each other their respective place in the scheme of things. The fact that before Trump arrived in the first term, China was United States' biggest trading partner. Now it's not, and it's number 3, in fact, after Mexico and Canada. So I think that's going to be the most important part, and Trump there underscoring it by highlighting the fact that he is accompanied by the most high-powered corporate delegation apart from his secretaries.
Well, I didn't mention the two generals and the fact that their sentences have been commuted to life imprisonment, not death. Anyways, I think that was your editorial. But yes, both countries have their internal issues. I think the U.S. are much more serious. You only have to look at the price of electricity, which is difference. In China, it is 1/4 to 1/6 of the price of what it is in the United States. And this obviously with high-tech manufacturing, with AI needs for power and things like that, gives China an advantage. They also have tremendous, ability to produce, as we know, 30% of the world's production, and is increasing. So the U.S. is fighting a kind of rearguard action. They're saying, how do we contain this kind of juggernaut, even though it's perhaps helpful to the rest of the world? If you look at China's rise, it's been accompanied by the rise of the global South. So at this point, you have two powers, as I said, locked in negotiations. They have long-term issues and also short-term ones. Donald Trump wants some red meat to take back to the American people, saying that he's reduced the deficit and brought jobs back. That'll be probably in the form of some sort of agricultural buy by the China, maybe about 25 million metric tons of soybeans, and also a big order for Boeing. The question is, will they be able to process those orders, given the bottlenecks that they have? These are two countries that are dependent on each other. The U.S. needs rare earths to make those airplanes that they might be buying, and also to rebuild their arsenal. They've apparently spent about 50% of their missiles and bombs on Iran. But China also wants access to technology and also markets, and they want to put a pause, at least for the next 2.5 years, until they figure out what's going on next to this kind of very aggressive containment policy that's being pushed by people like Eldridge.
What do we want?
Trump is much more realistic and pragmatic.
Right. We also have Sierra Claire joining us on this live conversation. Sierra, thank you for joining us. My question to you is that with artificial intelligence now taking over by storm. In fact, Marco Rubio also mentioned something about AI. What was that he exactly said?
Not AI, actually, Nayan. Marco Rubio has, in an interview to Fox, while on way to Beijing on Air Force One, Sierra, spoke about how the Americans would want China to prevail upon Iran to taper off this war. So is it that the Americans are so stuck that they're seeking Chinese help now with Iran for a ramp-off?
No, I think, what Marco Rubio was talking about is he was asked, what is President Trump going to bring up with President Xi? And this is one of the issues, that President Trump wants to discuss, which is that China comes out and they say they want to be a stabilizing force for the world. And they say that they want to, contribute to working towards peace. And yet they're arming Iran, they're providing intelligence to Iran. And so, President Trump wants to bring that up with Xi and say, can you put pressure on Iran to open the strait? Because these Iranian people, they need all of the pressure that we can get. The United States is able to conduct operations at will in and around Iran, but in order for us to leave, which everybody wants, including China, the Iranians need to agree to something, and so that's where China can come in and they can be of help.
And maybe that was an oblique way, given the fact that he's the top diplomat of the United States, that was an oblique way of sort of bringing in the fact that Chinese have been engaging with the Iranians and providing, military direct, indirect support. But what was this Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro's suit, that tracksuit that Marco was wearing? I mean, was there some signaling there?
Yeah, that was very interesting. I think that was just Secretary Rubio giving a nod to American power and what America has been able to accomplish so far, which is removing a dictator that was causing all kinds of problems all over the world and not utilizing energy resources efficiently. And so, Venezuela is now on track. They're producing oil. American companies are investing over there, and I think that Marco Rubio is very proud of that.
Connecting Venezuela with China, the fact that before capture of Maduro, Venezuela was the key supplier of oil to China, and the fact that the United States captured Maduro in that tracksuit, the fact that Marco Rubio himself is a sanctioned Secretary of State insofar as China is concerned, and they had to tweak his name, in fact, to let him in. I think Rubio was making a statement, see, I'm coming in tracksuits of Maduro, and here I am, deal with it.
Well, Secretary Rubio and President Trump are both very confident representatives of the United States, which has been proven again and again that their confidence is backed up by massive U.S. military and economic power. But I really don't know if this was a signal, specifically related to China.
I think in diplomacy, everything you do, every move, every, raising of your head, etc., everything has signaling there. I think Marco Rubio was sort of sending a signal there. Andrew, coming back to you, you mentioned about a lot of domestic issues, but there is one issue on which even the Americans have come with an ask, which is the release of Jimmy Lai, the media tycoon in Hong Kong. Einar, sorry. The question is to Einar.
Yeah, I mean, they say they're going to do that. I don't know that that was actually raised as part of the protocol. It's a very minor issue.
Trump has said in his engagement with the media that he would raise the issue.
That's fine. He can raise the issue. No one can prevent him from speaking the way that it happens in China when somebody asks something awkward, is to say, that's interesting, we'll look at it, and then they move on to the next subject. Asking for something doesn't mean that you get it. This kind of things. But I want to go back to my fellow commentator's things. She talked about Venezuela not utilizing their energy resources efficiently as a reason for invading them and taking the president, in addition to the accusations of being a drug dealer. I find that interesting that the U.S. is now in a position where it can determine whether it believes countries are utilizing their resources. She did not mention the needs of the people. She just talked about the economic side. And increasingly, this is something where the global South is paying attention, looking at this and saying, wait a second, are we next? Are we going to be judged by the United States? And then that becomes a way in which they can justify coming in and either taking our leaders or destabilizing our governments. Extremely dangerous stuff.
Right, Enara, you're a political and economic expert, and I just want to understand, Trump wants to kind of invest in these open markets, wants China to invest in the open markets of America. And, he talks about these conversations are also going to revolve around global economy. What is your take on that?
Well, they're trying to put in some stopgap measures. As I said, the long term is not very good. I mean, the U.S. sees China as a rival, a very, very big threat to its hegemony. But in the medium time, as we discussed, there are a lot of political realities. Two things that are being proposed by the U.S., which might get some traction, is the idea of a board of trade, which can sort through all of these tariffs and determine what is important and what is not important. It would be staffed by members from both China and the U.S. It would apply just to their trade, but that might be a way of easing some of the tensions. More importantly, it sets up a process by which they're working together, which is not really happening right now. They're also applying the same idea to a board of investment. This would allow investments from both sides to be made as long as they were not contentious or sensitive. So there is some hope here that you could get some sort of process, but otherwise this is going to be very much about, you give me something, I'll give you something. For instance, Boeing. Boeing has airplanes they need to sell, and China needs avionics packages that they generally buy from the US or they can buy from Europe. But it seems like this would be, as I said, something where you give me something, I get something. And I think this is going to be the tenor of this particular negotiation, meeting, whatever you want to call it.
Leverage, Anna, really. What's the leverage with the Americans? Remember, President Trump said, I want China to open up, and if these wonderful people accompanying me are allowed to come in, they can do wonderful things, as Trump says, in China. But the fact of the matter is that the Americans have been at it, wanting or trying to open up China for 2 decades and more, and it remains same. So, I mean, what's the leverage in the present? You think tariffs is that leverage with which Trump has gone to Beijing, and perhaps he can negotiate or use that as a negotiation tool for China to open up?
My dear fellow, you must come to China sometime and look around. Coca-Cola brands, everything that goes into the bathroom is made by U.S. companies.
Not Google, not Google. Not X.
Google doesn't get in, but neither does the U.S. allow chips to come in, and they put pressure on ASML, a Dutch company, not to sell China the chip-making facilities, machinery. So this idea that it's all one-sided and that China has been unfair to the U.S., China acted in its own self-interest, as India does. It does not allow every single American company to come in there and dominate the local markets. These are countries that began very much as developing countries. Now China has arrived. India is very important, but they're not going to give up their sovereignty and roll over. The idea that I bring my business people and that you should be thankful, those days are gone. What we have here are two large, powerful entities.
Do you think China wants stability at the end of the day? When tariffs are put on any country, for that matter, at the end of the day, any country will always look at stability to begin with, and China will, of course, look at for its own stability.
Well, you can say that, but the really who is paying these tariffs? It's not China. It's already been shown that it's over 90% is going directly to the American people. So this idea that I'm going to punish myself to get at you is nonsense. The U.S. still imports over $4 trillion worth of goods. Where they import it from is not important. That's why originally Donald Trump said he was going to refocus America and reindustrialize it. But how do you reindustrialize a country where wages are higher, energy is higher, and you just don't have the capital to do it? So he's in a conundrum. His basic premise that he could reindustrialize the United States has failed. His tariffs have hurt the American people. So he is, he's moment by moment. He's trying to figure out what his next stance is going to be and how he can keep the American people distracted until they finally figure out that they're paying more for gas and groceries.
Let me take this to Sierra. Ena, that's provocative. You're saying that this visit is about distracting the Americans from what's happening in the domestic politics. Are you suggesting that?
Donald Trump said it himself. He said no one in America is listening or watching anything else. That's his words.
Yeah, I think he was just flattering Xi Jinping. I think he was just he was just giving importance to his own visit and flattering Xi Jinping that, oh, see, this visit is so important that everyone is looking to it, and let's have some deliverables on the table so that I can go back home and you can, of course, Xi Jinping need not go anywhere and speak to anyone, but that's how it is. Okay, Sierra, so you think President Trump is under a little more pressure than Xi Jinping insofar as deliverables are concerned?
Well, I want to go back to something, the panel, my colleague on the panel here said America is the aggressor. In this relationship with China and the United States, China is the aggressor. America is not going into China and trying to turn it capitalist. That is what China is doing in America. There have been multiple arrests of espionage and other groups, foreign-funded, foreign-linked groups, protest groups, all kinds of foreign influence that link back to China, and they are trying to fundamentally change America. America just wants to manage the relationship with China. And when it comes to the economics, I think President Trump is in a very strong position. America is producing the most oil that it's produced, or the most energy that it's produced since World War II. So we are the world's global energy supplier, and I think that gives President Trump a lot of leverage. In addition to all of the trade deals and rebalancing that he's already secured, with our other trading partners, and so now the one that's left to deal with is China. And we have options now that we're coming to China because we're not in trade deficits with every single one of our trading partners. So we do have alternatives, and we can say to China, hey, if you're not going to play fair, and if you're going to keep stealing IP property, and you're going to, implement unfair tariffs on American companies, we have other options now that we're not in trade deficits with, and that gives President Trump a lot of leverage. And that's not to say that he doesn't want to make a deal, and Americans don't want to do business with China. We do. We import a lot from China. That's going to continue. Everybody knows that. But President Trump is in a much stronger position now, I think, than in the past time that he met.
U.S. wants China to, increase investments in job creation. He wants, China to kind of buy more of agricultural products. Is this not kind of a juxtaposition to what you're just saying? Of course, you might be right when you say they are the biggest energy suppliers, but what about the other aspects?
Well, President Trump has talked about the soybean farmers and these different deals that China has already committed to. And now he's just trying to reiterate that they need to follow through on the purchasing orders and future purchases that they committed to. And certainly, you know, with our agricultural industry, we do export to China. But I think, again, you know, there's a lot of room for the U.S. to grow and to, you know, to find other trading partners as well. So I don't know that President Trump is, you know, desperate. I think he is committed to ensuring that China follows through on the deals that they've already committed to.
I know. Interesting that Einar let it pass. Einar, did you hear Sarah say that she accused Chinese of espionage and whatnot? In fact, just 2 days before President Trump's visit started, the Department of Justice has charged a mayor in California, Arcadia, I believe, mayor of Arcadia, Ellen Wong, of acting as an agent of the Chinese People's Republic of China. And she has, in fact, pleaded guilty to the charges. So this keeps, occurring off and on about citizens of America of Chinese origin essentially working as spies for the Chinese Communist Party.
Yes, and Indians in China obviously must be illegal aliens. Come on, be serious here. You're shocked.
This is Department of Justice. This is Department of Justice charge,
that
which has been
espionage is going on.
Which has been, she has pleaded guilty to it. She has pleaded guilty to the felony count. It's not. I mean, I'm not making it up, Ina.
No, I'm not saying you're making it up. I'm saying that it is actuality. It's kind of like the U.S. taking out ads on the internet asking for spies and assets from China. All right, I don't know what your point is. The fact is, espionage goes on. All countries are engaged in it. You know, you saw Israel has assets within the U.S. government. They get caught, convicted, sent to jail, and then they're sent back to Israel and take prominent positions in the Knesset, in their parliament. So this idea that somehow this is a gotcha moment, not at all. She pled guilty. I don't know what she did. No one tells me. But if there's spying going on, I'm not surprised. And I'm surprised you are.
No, it's not about surprise. You know, it's just that it's a fact. And I thought the conversation I was guiding this, the direction in which I was guiding this conversation to Einar was, because earlier I asked about Jimmy Lai. You think there could be some kind of quid pro quo? These are small things, and but big on optics, that if China agrees to release Jimmy Lai and the Americans let Ellen Wong go, then maybe, you know, there can be a give and take, is the question I had in my mind.
Yeah, that's in your mind, but you're going back to the Cold War. When has China and the U.S. done a swap? The only thing that comes close to that is when Canada grabbed the daughter of Huawei founder, and they held her on very questionable grounds. And then China grabbed two Canadians, one who was an asset, who was close to the leader of North Korea. In fact, he had access and pictures of them together on boats, and his handler, the two Michaels. In fact, the asset sued the Canadian government and won a substantial amount of money, estimated around $25 million, because he said, I didn't know I was being used. And it basically cost me a couple of years of my life. So, this idea that spying is going on and, these are facts. Yes, they are facts. But China is not Russia. It's not the United States. People have to get this out of their mind. China approaches things from their perspective, agree or don't agree. They think that things have to be done through consensus, that you have to sit down at a table rather than throwing tanks at each other. This is, you can agree or not, but I think it's a better way in my personal.
Thank you for giving us all of those interesting insights into what it's going to be like. And in fact, we will request you to stay on a call with us. We will be right back after a short break. Don't go anywhere, because once you come back, there's a lot more lined up.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump receives grand welcome by Xi Jinping at China's Great Hall of People. Trump greeted with fanfare by Chinese students, receives Tri-Services Guard of Honor. High-stakes bilateral in China, Beijing and Washington discuss key trade and global issues. Meanwhile, CBI arrests 5 accused in multi-state crackdown in connection with NEET paper leak scandal. CBI gets 2-day transit remand of accused Shubham in NEET paper leak scandal, arrested in Nashik.
All right, welcome back, friends. We are having rolling broadcast of what's happening in Beijing with the President Trump meeting Xi Jinping, delegation level talks going on, and all eyes, in fact, of the world on what's going to come out of those talks.
Absolutely. In fact, right now as we speak, or in fact just a while ago, US President Donald Trump shook hands with China's leader Xi Jinping during a welcome ceremony at the Great Hall of People in Beijing. Now, we'll be following live updates on this high-stakes summit. But as you see right now on your television screen is US President Donald Trump shaking hands with China's leader Xi Jinping during the welcome ceremony at the Great Hall of People in Beijing. Well, those were some interesting visuals, but we still have Einar and Sierra with us joining from the United States. Sierra, this brings me to my question to you. Now, we understand that China is one of the biggest oil and gas importers from Tehran. And with this existing West Asia war crisis, how are we looking at Donald Trump, wanting China or asking for China for help to kind of intervene in this situation?
Well, I think President Trump welcomes China's help, and I think that China also realizes that it's in their best interest to put pressure on Iran. You know, China operates proxy.
How is that in China's best interest?
Well, China operates these proxy relationships, and this Iran one, and Russia similarly, they're both in Iran. But, this Iran one, I think it really got away from them. And I think that they realized that you know, when they're putting pressure on Iran, and Iran is still spreading the war all around the Middle East and, you know, causing more chaos that's actually ending up harming China, that they're realizing that they need to get, you know, at least in this particular instance, you know, get over to President Trump and work with him. And they're both going to quell this chaotic and totally out of control Iranian regime. And I think that that will benefit China.
Ramp up, but let me take this to Einar. Einar, how can the Chinese help the Americans with Iran?
They're not trying to help the Americans. You know, what was missing from my colleague's statement was the fact that this whole situation was started by the U.S. with this inane idea that they were going to bomb and take out the top leadership, and that somehow Iran would magically transform into an ally of the United States. This was never going to happen. It shows a deep lack of knowledge about Iran, 17th largest country in the world, both by population and size. It is a civilization. It is not a toy. It's not like Venezuela, where you can go in and you have a regime that had pluses and minuses. They can say that there was, you know, there were revolts, but you also, riots, but you also had America and Israel both boasting that they had, you know, their hands in those revolts. Also, you know, the incredible, always expanding number of people who supposedly died. It's around 4,000 by one account, and for some reason it goes to 42,000 when these people say it. So, you know, you have a situation where this war was started by the U.S., and now the U.S. is saying, oh, Russia, China, you have to do something, because this war that we started has started a contagion. It's affecting not only America, but it's also affecting the rest of the world. The energy shortage is real.
That's why. I mean, are you denying that the Chinese have no leverage with the Iranians, or is it sort of trying to hide it? I mean, they have leverage. They engage with the Iranians. If the Chinese so choose, if Xi Jinping so chooses, he can always prevail upon Iranians to pull back and you know, open the Strait of Hormuz, and then perhaps gives the Americans the ramp off.
You know, you say that, you know, China also, in theory, because it trades with India and it's a large trading partner, and it has leverage with India. Do you think that China can move India, a sovereign country? Do you think that the 30 different entities that are now in charge of the military, that are completely cut off from each other so that their existence and their whereabouts cannot be tracked, you think that China controls them? I mean,
no, it's not about control. So in fact, it was interesting, Einar, that Marco Rubio, when he spoke to Fox, he made a very interesting observation, or an interesting observation, which was that even the Chinese ships are getting hit. So even if not deliberate, the Iranians would not have intended to hit a Chinese ship, but just 2 days back it happened. So it's not that, and the fact that the fact of the matter is China gains most if this thing stops. So whatever can be done should be done. I mean, not just for China, but for everyone, involved. If the Americans are so pleading, I think it gives Chinese the leverage.
Well, let's be clear. Remember what I said? You have 30 different military entities cut off from each other who are waging war. Whether they know or don't know which ship is which, I don't know. Whether it was deliberate or accidental, I don't know. So this idea that because one ship from China, a cargo ship, was hit, therefore China has to wade in and do exactly what the U.S. would do and play cowboy is nonsensical. I mean, India's had its share of harm from this. Is India sending ships in there to free the Straits of Hormuz? No, no one is. That's the fact. Donald Trump has run out of options, and he's now come to China because he thinks that they have leverage.
But that's still not a normal situation. That's not a normal situation. You know, Ambassador Deepak Vora joins us for the India view. Since you got an India ANR, let me get in the India view also. Ambassador Vora, welcome. Good morning to this broadcast, and good morning and welcome to this broadcast. And you know, what's the New Delhi view today as Trump and Xi Jinping meet at the Great Hall of People?
Well, thank you very much. You might recall that they had met in South Korea, was it, in October 2025? And I recall the opening comments. Oh, I love you, my darling, my sweetheart. 10 minutes later, you son of a gun, you this, you that. It comes to that. So when I was studying at the Sorbonne, we read with great interest a chap called Jean-Baptiste Lacan, who said something very nice, very interesting. Plus ça change, plus c'est le même. The more it changes, the more it is the same. I do not expect anything from this. You know, the experts will talk of 3 T's and 5 X's and 6 Q's, etc. They invent all these lovely terms. Reality is, America is number one, intends to be. China wants to be number one, displace America. Till that conflict is resolved, I don't see anything happening. Now, people are saying, will he throw Taiwan under the bus? Will China throw Iran under the bus? No, China is not what is enabling Iran to fight. Iran is fighting on its own, doing whatever it can. China is certainly helping. Then there's the other conflict going on in Ukraine. So I call this, if you permit, in the United States, an insanely popular dance called the triangle dance. I call it the triangle. And in this triangle, as far as President Trump is concerned, it's at the moment, it's China, Taiwan, and the United States. Taiwan is a pretend game. China pretends that Taiwan belongs to it. America pretends that Taiwan, it believes in the one China policy, but it continues to arm them, continues to do all kinds of funny things over there. Its leaders, Nancy Pelosi, had gone there some time ago. So everybody's pretending. And Taiwan issues its own currency, has its own military, elects its own president. It's all a pretend game. Nobody is going to call out the pretense and say, guys, let's get real. My feeling, net result of this meeting, lovely words, game changer, etc. You heard all this. By tomorrow morning, we would have forgotten what they discussed. It will remain the same.
Right, that was very interesting. In fact, Sierra, this brings me to my, after listening to his comments, would Trump
throw Taiwan
under the bus?
This is the under the bus philosophy. Will China throw Iran under the bus? Is America able to throw Taiwan under the bus?
Let me take the Taiwan question to Sierra. Sierra, would Trump throw Taiwan under the bus?
Well, President Trump, President Trump we have our American military who is long-term engaged in this Taiwan issue. These are people with decades and decades of military experience, and so I think it would be very unlikely that President Trump would go against the sort of Washington standard, which is that keeping Taiwan independent is in the U.S. national interest as well as the world's. And so I think it would be very unlikely for him to go against that. That being said, President Trump is, willing to work with China when they show that they're willing to work with us. So, if China actually proved to be a stable partner and they followed through on their agreements and they stopped all of their shady activities, President Trump might be willing to offer them something, not all of Taiwan or not, changing things drastically, but he might be willing to offer them something. But that I find that to be unlikely because I don't think China's going to open that road for themselves.
For those interesting thoughts, thank you, Sierra, thank you, Einar, and thank you, Mr. Vora, for joining us. We will be right back after a short break. Don't go anywhere because there's a lot lined up.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद। प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus
in the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये इनजस्टिस, ये कॉन्स्पिरेसीज, ये मैनिपुलेशन, अगर आप इसको टेररिज्म नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will discuss.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. All eyes on the Xi-Trump meet. President Xi Jinping has said that China and US should be partners, not rivals. This is a high-stake meeting which is happening between President Trump and Xi Jinping. We'll get to all those details, all the analysis, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Trump receives grand welcome by Xi Jinping at China's Great Hall of People. Trump greeted with fanfare by Chinese students, receives the Tri-Services Guard of Honor. High-stakes bilateral in China, Beijing and Washington discuss key trade and global issues. CBI arrests 5 accused in multi-state crackdown in connection with the NEET paper leak scandal. CBI gets 2-day transit remand of accused Shubham in NEET paper leak scandal, arrested in Nashik. All right, viewers, starting off with some breaking news coming in right now. Kerala Congress CM suspend. Will it be ending today? Will the Kerala Congress CM suspend end today? That is a question that we are asking because it's been 10 days after the declaration of results. Kerala CM is yet to be announced. A big update coming in here, viewers, because everybody is waiting for Congress to announce the CM face for Kerala. Now, Congress MLAs are meeting in Thiruvananthapuram at 1 p.m. KPCC President Sunny Joseph asked all Congress MLAs to reach the KPCC office today for the parliamentary party meeting at 1 p.m. In the meantime, the decision on CM post will also come. It was learned that Rahul Gandhi will hand over a sealed cover having the name of the CM in it to Kharge, and then it will be announced. Now, before it, of course, we have the three contenders, KC, RC and VD. They will be conveyed about the decision to remain calm, to accept the announcement. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague, Shankar, who's joining us live. Shankar, so the meeting will be taking place, and we understand there will be an envelope. In that envelope will be the name of the CM, the three top contenders for the big post in Kerala. What's the latest, and when can we expect that announcement, Shankar, that everybody is waiting for?
Yes, the much awaited decision on who should be the Chief Minister of Kerala is already taken. But it's just a matter of some hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours. The decision will be announced soon. But now the concern of the High Command is to convey the decision and how the High Command reach the decisions through a laborious process. It has to be conveyed to the party workers and the Congress leadership in the morning. You know, KC Venugopal has just been summoned to the house of Rahul Gandhi some 5 minutes ago, and Rahul Gandhi will talk to him on the decision taken, and later to VD Satishan and Ramesh Chennithala, the same thing. Like, you know, the High Command has to convey these three main top contenders for the CM post clearly how the decision was taken and what were the procedures which were followed for taking the decision. Because, you know, if the decision is very crucial, and there is high chance that there could be an uproar in Kerala by the people who support their leaders. You know, if a decision is taken in favor of KC, the supporters of BD may create an uproar in the state, and it will lead to a huge problem, big headache for the AICC and even for the state Kerala Congress. So to avoid this, the AICC prime concern today in the morning will be to convey the decision to these three leaders to accept whatever be the decision which will be taken by the AICC High Command. The decision is already taken, which would be in favor of KC Venugopal, or it could be in favor of VD Satishan. And there are more chances that the Ramesh Chennithala will also be the CM. But the decision, before announcing the decision, the AICC will convey clearly and urge these leaders and their supporters to remain calm and accept the decision. And at 1 p.m., a parliamentary party meeting of the Congress party will be held at the KPCC office, and all the MLAs have been asked to reach the office on time. And Deepadas Munshi and Shime and Mukul Vasnik and Ajay Makan will also be reaching the KPCC office, and there will be a meeting. In the meeting, Deepadas Munshi will also convey the MLAs to accept the decision which would be taken by the
Shankar,
High
you know what the big concern is? Shankar, the big concern is that there has been a lot of lobbying by these CM candidates, and there's a concern that because, of course, only one will be chosen, so there could be a lot of disappointment and outrage among the supporters of those candidates who are left out. So that is, of course, a big concern which is coming in, Shankar.
Yes, it's a big concern. You know, when we take the history of Congress party in Kerala, always the opposition leader becomes the chief minister. When it was in 2011, when Umman Chandi became the chief minister, he was the opposition leader. In 2016, Ramesh Chennithala was the opposition leader, but the party failed to come to power. In 2021, Ramesh Chennithala was all set to become the CM as he was opposition leader. But the party faced a major setback in the 2021 assembly polls, and he could not become the CM. And it was at this juncture, VD Satishan took the role as the opposition leader in the state, and he led the UDF and even the Congress party to face the elections. And in the meantime, the Congress party faced 5 by-elections, and in all the by-elections, the Congress party could win, and VD Satishan was considered as a leader who took the party to the shore of success in the last couple of by-elections and even the last assembly polls and even in the last Lok Sabha elections. So these factors were very crucial for VD Satish and all the allies in the UDF and even the common party workers believed that VD Satish would have become the chief minister. But after the results were announced, all of a sudden, KC Venugopal made the CM post claims by stating that he is such a senior leader and he had experience. He has experience in the central ministry and even the state ministry and even organizational levels.
Thank you, Shankar, for getting us all those details. I really have to move ahead because we're getting some breaking news coming in. So let's go ahead to that, viewers. The central government has banned the export of sugar. I repeat, the central government has banned the export of sugar with immediate effect till September 30th, 2026 or until further orders. Director General of Foreign Trade has issued a notification amending the export policy from restricted to prohibited. The prohibition will not apply to sugar exports to the EU and USA under the CXL and the TRQ quota, the Advanced Authorization Scheme, AAS, and the government-to-government shipments to meet food security needs in other countries. Consignments already in the physical export pipeline are also exempted. India bans sugar export with immediate effect. This is the biggest update we're getting for you right now. India's prohibited and banned export of sugar with immediate effect until a while now. There has been a date which has set for that. I want to go to market expert Mr. Ajay Bagga, who's joining us right now. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. What are the main reasons behind the government's decision to ban sugar exports for now?
Yeah, overall, the government is trying to conserve sugar stocks for use within India. There is an apprehension of price rise and a poor growing season this year because the monsoon is expected to be below normal because of the El Nino effect. So overall, the government is being proactive in conserving our stocks and keeping Indian sugar within India so that that can be released later on in the year during the festival season and price control can be affected.
Yes. Mr. Bagga, I really want to ask you to hold on for a second there because we're getting some more updates and I really want your perspective on that. So RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra has said that the government may need to hike the fuel prices if the conflict in Middle East drags on. Speaking at a conference in Switzerland, Malhotra added that India's monetary policy can look through temporary supply shocks but may intervene if inflation pressures become entrenched following the Iran war-driven oil price hike. And Malhotra has said that government has followed fiscally prudent policies, so it is only a matter of time before higher oil prices are passed on more fully. Okay, so we are getting more updates coming in. And, okay, Mr. Bagga, I really want you back here. We see that the prolonged Middle East conflict is impacting India's fuel prices. Your perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at, the Indian crude basket, in January, we were importing crude at $63 per barrel. Now our cost has gone up roughly to about $114 to the barrel. So nearly 80% increase in our import bill has happened over the last 2 months. Now, the big question is how long does the Iran war sustain and the disruption in the oil supply sustain? We are, assuming that about 50% will be the increase in India's crude oil import bill this year. That means roughly 6 lakh crore hit to the Indian import bill. Now, if that comes through, there are 3 ways for the government to recover this. One is pass it on fully to the Indian consumer, in which case inflation will go very high, prices will rise a lot. So it's not politically very palatable to pass on the whole thing. Second, government makes a lot of taxes from sale of petrol and diesel. So cut some of those taxes down. So government takes some share, but then government has to make it up elsewhere It has to either cut down on welfare or it has to increase its fiscal deficit. The third is make the oil companies take part of this because they were making good profits over the last 3 years. So one of these three or a combination of these three will happen. So what RBI governor is saying, the fuel price has to be hiked. What needs to be seen, will the government pick up? Will the Indian consumer pick it up? Or will oil marketing companies owned by the government, will these pick it up?
All right. Thank you so much for joining us there, Mr. Bagga. Government may need to go ahead and hike the fuel prices. RBI governor said this. We will move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking on Republic TV. And we will talk about the big international story that everyone is tracking closely all over the globe. That is right. Trump in China. Trump has received a grand welcome by Xi Jinping at China's Great Hall of People. And it's a very, very big meeting because there are thorny subjects which could be addressed between both the leaders, including tariffs, competition over technology, the Iran war, and Taiwan. So before the meeting, Xi shook hands with Trump on the red carpet outside Beijing's Great Hall of People. They were also greeted by cheering children and inspected the troops. Trump is joined in Beijing by tech bosses, including Tesla's Elon Musk, NVIDIA Jensen Huang before his arrival, and he said he would ask China to open up to the US industry. Okay, I'm being joined by our guests, Richie Greenberg, political commentator and former Republican mayoral candidate, and I'm being joined by Major General Sudhakar Ji, strategic affairs and defense expert. I thank both our guests for joining us here on Republic TV. This is a story that is being tracked not just here in India, but all over the globe. So I would like to go first to Mr. Richie Greenberg. Mr. Richie Greenberg, we saw that Xi Jinping has said very clearly that US and China should be partners, not rivals. How significant is that message that he has given to President Trump?
Yes, well, good morning. It's extremely encouraging. It's extremely important. And I believe that Trump and the administration also feels the same way. We know that we've seen that Trump loves to embrace the adversaries around the world, call them his good friends. And as we see right now, Trump also has made statements saying that he sees Xi as a very good friend and partner. So in general, just looking across the world, we all need to have more partners. We all need to have friendly relationships. We all need to have beneficial relationships. And so anything that could be done on the world stage to bring trade together, to bring technology transfer better, to have to lessen these conflicts that we see around the globe, and to help, just in general, to have the whole world be lifted up and to not have these conflicts. That's a positive thing, and this is what we're going to be seeing now, at least at the beginning. This is the messaging. This is what China is saying. This is what Trump is saying. We have to now see what is going to be the result when they sit down and they start to actually talk about those important issues, the priorities for each of the two countries, plus the implications for the region, the implications for other major countries around the world, including India, of course. And I look forward to seeing what's going to come out of this.
Okay. I also want to go across to other guest, Major General Sudhakar Ji, who's joining us. Thank you for joining us here. And we also understand that China may seek changes in US policy towards Taiwan if it were to pressure Iran to reopen Hormuz. So let's talk a little bit more about what is happening, the tensions between US, Iran, and there's a Taiwan angle as well, with China mixed in. What is your perspective on this angle that we can expect talks on as the meeting between Xi and Trump progresses?
Yeah, good morning, Shivangi. Thank you so much for inviting me for your show, and my warm greetings to my very distinguished co-panelists. The brilliant question you have raised. My take on the whole issue is that we need to understand and start from the National Security Strategy 2025, which was published by USA sometime in the first week of November. That document itself is the turning point as far as the USA's foreign policy and the kind of new chapters which have been added to their entire cerebral acumen in relation to the global affairs. So when I say this, I intend to address your moot question, drawing parallels between Taiwan and Iran, and how would two countries, true global powers, would interact, and will there be any substantive positive takeaway? It's too early to speculate and too early to sum up or come to some kind of a deduction, because I have got facts and figures to substantiate my argument. Take your mind back to 15 January 2020, USA and China, they had made a commitment. Phase 1 of trade deal between these two countries had been signed with an assurance from China to buy over and above the routine trade and transactions. China was expected to buy goods worth about $200 billion. Did China buy anything? To the best of my knowledge, the answer is no. They're supposed to have been done by 31st of December 2021. That is the last day of the tenure 1.0 Donald Trump. It did not take place. They had a meeting in Busan in South Korea a couple of months back. They had a host of agreements, understandings, assurances, but did it translate into some kind of a positive, progressive, forward-looking relationship in two countries? I don't think so. So what is the agenda of Donald Trump having visited China, the second largest economy in the world and the rising power, first time in 9 years? What is it that he is looking for? My take on the whole issue is that America is passing through a huge geoeconomic churn. They're in huge debt, 39.1 trillion or close to 39 trillion US dollar debt. What it means is that they require something to the tune of 1.34 trillion per annum simply to service the interest. To run the country, they require something close to 6 trillion US dollar every year. And the revenue generated within the country and outside is around 4 trillion. There is a huge deficit of about 3 trillion US dollar simply to do day-to-day business in a year. So therefore, the main focus is going to be the turbulence which has been created in the geoeconomics is gradually going to be driven to some kind of a stability, some understanding, and some normalcy. Back to you, please.
Well, thank you, Major General Sudhakarji and Mr. Richie Greenberg. I request both our guests to stay on with us because we will go deeper into those developments coming in from China. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We'll be right back. We'll keep our focus on the high-stakes bilateral in China. Beijing and Washington discuss key trade and global issues. Stay tuned.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा रखता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global markets stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous. If Beijing stops buying from Iran to please the United States, it will immediately move to the Russian and Saudi Arabian markets to replace those 1.5 million barrels. India currently relies on Russia for nearly 40% of its total oil imports. If a giant like China suddenly moves its massive buying power into the Russian market, the special discounts India currently enjoys will vanish overnight. India would be forced into a bidding war against a country with an economy 5 times larger and 10 times the storage capacity. This shift is exactly why this meeting could cause India's fuel prices to skyrocket and effectively cut off its supply lines. Another major risk involves the United States' trade goals. The core objective for US at this summit is to reduce its massive trade deficit with Beijing. A primary American demand is for China to commit to buying massive quantities of US liquefied natural gas and crude oil. If Xi Jinping agrees to this multi-billion-dollar purchase of American energy, Trump may grant China a quiet, informal exemption regarding its use of dark fleets and non-dollar payment systems to buy whatever remaining Middle Eastern oil it needs. This creates a situation where India becomes the only major power actually making a sacrifice to follow the rules.
Hello, you're watching Live and Breaking. My name is Nayan and I'm joined by my colleague, the editor, the senior editor with me, Mr. Abhishek. Abhishek, I am, reminded of this term called Thucydides trap. It was popularized by the Harvard scholar Graham Allison, and it suggests the high risk of war emerging between an emerging power and an already established power.
Which is the United States, the established power, and the rising power in China. And this word or phrase, Thucydides trap, has been used quite often in the recent times by geopolitical experts. And that's exactly what's really panning out as we see. So what we are seeing in Beijing is essentially the two leaders engaging to try to prevent an adverse falling off from the dialogue and leading to a confrontation, which is Thucydides trap about. So let's have this conversation, Nan.
Right. In fact, the opening remarks of Xi Jinping were, the world has now come to a crossroad. And with that, I would like to open my conversation. I have guest Richie Greenberg, who's a political commentator and a former Republican mayoral candidate, and also Major General Sudhakar, who's also joined with us. Thank you for joining us. And yes, bringing on to this Thucydides trap is what we're going to speak about. Your thoughts on this, General? All right, Richie, yes.
Yes, hi, and good morning again. Is it a trap? I don't know. I don't think it's a trap. I think it's an honest attempt at dialogue. The thing that I see, though, is that the priorities. What does China want? What does Xi Jinping want, as opposed to what America and Trump's administration want? Here in America, along with domestic issues, which was brought up a few moments ago about the economy here and deficit, those are domestic issues. But as far as what the average American is looking at, and we have our this year are the midterm elections, and here in California, just within a few weeks, we're going to be making preliminary elections of new members of the House of Representatives. Is the war, is the conflict in the Middle East, and how to resolve this. We still have a strong backing of President Trump and his position on Iran and the coalition with Israel. But, there's also stress with that as well. And we have, as we see now across the globe, the problem with having the Strait of Hormuz closed. So this is the priorities from the American standpoint. Anything else, such as trade, such as technology, and Taiwan, dare I say, is not on the priority, the top of the priority. Now, from the China standpoint, that's not exactly the same thing. Of course, they need the fuel. They need the supplies through the Strait of Hormuz as well. So they're going to want to see that resolve. But mostly their priority is Taiwan.
You see, Richie, you're sort of hedging your words. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at what has happened over the last few years, particularly since the first Trump term, confrontation points have increased between the two sides. And that's the classic Thucydides trap, that over a critical mass, this can really translate into the possibility of military action. And Taiwan happens to be that flashpoint. Also, even for the Chinese, the concern is that the way things have panned out, they are no more the first trading partner, the largest trading partner of the United States. So it's in their interest also to be engaging with Trump to calm things down. And that got reflected in the comments that Xi Jinping made. He, in fact, mentioned the Thucydides trap, and he said that our objective is to bring in a sense of stability in the relationship, and that we are partners, not rivals, and we should focus on cooperation, not confrontation. So obviously it's there in the back of the mind of the leaders that this is leading in the direction of confrontation and we need to pull it back.
Well, yes, of course, you are correct. But, there's what is being said publicly, and then there's what is being done privately in the background. And that's what we're seeing now. We have, there's the posturing. You have China, who's trying to put pressure on Pakistan to have them put pressure on the United States and Iran. So it's not just so simply saying this is from China, from Xi saying we want everything to be normalized and everyone's friends, and let's just sign an agreement and we go home and we're all done and the world is safer. It's not like that. There are a lot of accusations behind the scenes as well of how China is trying to manipulate different markets and trying to manipulate what's really happening in the Middle East. And until that is brought to the surface, and this, I believe, is what Trump is going to try to do. He is going to really try to put pressure on China now to rein in and get them to deal with Iran, to stop publicly or privately supporting Iran, and to try and get that opened up, the Strait of Hormuz, and to get that moving again, because that would be the best for the world's economy.
US and Israel war on West Asia is something that I'd like to also discuss in a little bit of more detail. China is, of course, Tehran's largest oil and gas, buyer. And, as a customer, I think, of the largest oil supply and the largest oil supplier, do you think that this is this what Trump also thinks, that it is helping Iran prolong the war?
I'm sorry, was that for me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is another tactic, but it's a tough call here, because here in America we don't want this to be prolonged. We don't want energy to be continuing to rise. We don't want the price of gasoline to go up. Here in California, there's a potential of a shortage of fuel within the next month or so, but that's a different issue. That's a domestic issue. That's a California government issue. But this is all weighing on the American psyche. And so what is best to do is to get the strait open, to have China put the pressure on Iran if Pakistan needs to be involved or not, and then get that flowing, and then get all the goods flowing through. There are so many cargo ships that are backed up in the straits right now, and we do not want to see the conflict resume again. And we see every day, as each day goes by, it looks more and more like they may resume the fighting if this doesn't resolve very quickly. And that's what Trump is going to try to push China to do.
Yeah, essentially, Trump is looking for a ramp off and seeking Chinese help for that. General Sudhakarji, Richie mentioned about Pakistan, the role of Pakistan. Unlikely that Xi Jinping and Trump would be discussing Pakistan. You think so? And the fact that BRICS summit is happening, foreign ministers summit is happening in New Delhi as the Beijing dialogue goes on. So, intense diplomacy at all levels and in New Delhi as so in Beijing. What should India be looking at from our point of view coming out of those talks?
Yeah, Abhishek, good morning. Thank you for taking me for your show. A little while back, I was on your channel and I alluded to the issue that this meeting or the summit is going to be driven by the geo-economic character predominating the existence of USA as a superpower. When I say geo-economics, it has got direct, indirect bearing with India as well. But let me very quickly reflect. India will be looking at its national interest to actually give you a very brief response. But I'll come back to it if time permits. But allow me to say something about Thucydides trap. It's very important to understand it is nothing to accept or not accept. Thucydides trap is intrinsic in the world order. It is a study carried out by Graham Allison, professor, and he's taken example of many conflicts in the past, of past 500 years. In that, he has shortlisted 16 conflicts. Out of 16, 12 have led to very intense and enormous kind of dangerous kind of conflicts between two countries because of only one issue, that any rising power, any established power will never allow any rising power to come nearer to its footing. This is an intrinsic factor and character of the geopolitics, whether you like it or not. Therefore, that statement which has been used by either Xi or Donald Trump, they are mindful of the fact that they are into a confrontation and competition. Number two, there is a strategic shift in the alignment of USA. Take your mind back to the National Security Strategy document which was published in the month of November 2025. This document is of, I would say, an outright departure from a traditional oriented kind of outlook towards China. This departure essentially is telling China, you do anything you feel like with Taiwan, but do not dare cross Atlantic and interfere with the Monroe Doctrine, that is the complete America. So with this shift, there are many things which have been left unsaid, and that unsaid portion is actually to push back China in the world order, at the same time, not ruffle any feather, which will bring two nations to confrontation. Last point to answer your question is, basically, USA is gone there to revive the project of 500 Boeings, which have been cancelled by China. They wanted to buy, but because of tariff and counter tariff and reciprocal tariff, China said, go to hell, we are not buying this. They want to reopen the project or the deal, one. Number two, 25 million metric tons of soybean to be purchased annually for 3 years.
Yeah.
Number three, they also have similar quantum of corn to be purchased by China from USA. Number four, there are 400 factories which used to supply beef to China. All the 400 factories in USA have been closed down because China cancelled the deal with these 400 factories some time back. They want to reopen it. Also, China wants a couple of things from these people. Firstly, Taiwan is a red line. They do not expect USA to open their mouth or do anything with regard to Taiwan. Number one.
General Sundarji, sorry to be interjecting, but if you're saying that Taiwan is a red line and that Chinese would not want the American delegation to open their mouth on that, and if the Americans so oblige, then of course that's a concession. That's throwing Taiwan under the bus.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. That is what is actually happening now in the world order. I'm coming to the point about the energy security. But before that, this is a very important point, Abhishek, you have raised. You see, now the USA is going through such a kind of a churn and the journey that the leverages which USA as a superpower used to have, say, 10 years or 15 years back, they no longer have this leverages. Talk about the technology, talk about the Taiwan issue. Taiwan issue is driven by the TRA of 1979, and the central point of TRA is the strategic ambiguity. Now, if you read the document of National Security Strategy or 2025 of USA, if it is not clearly stated, but indirectly it is giving those kind of things, you do as you wish as far as Taiwan is concerned. So therefore, to answer the question which you have raised, throwing it under the bus is not the issue. Issue is towing the line, accepting the demands and the aspirations of China. It is not true. The last point I have to make is that willy-nilly, whether China likes the bipolar world or not, willy-nilly USA is pushing the agenda for G2 concept in the geopolitical order in the world.
Yeah.
And if I have to say about India, what is India looking at? India is looking at some kind of a normalization of relationship between both the countries.
Yeah.
The Strait of Hormuz should open up as part of an international waters, as given in UNCLOS 1982. And yet India is also looking at that there has to be peace and tranquility along the line of actual control, and the trade relationship with China must normalize.
It's not G2 for sure. The proof of that is General Sudhakarji, as I mentioned, that even as those delegation talks are going on in Beijing, India is hosting BRICS summit, 11 nations, powerful nations. And I think nobody should fancy this G2 idea of running the world anymore. That was, a pre-Cold War, or from the World War II to the Cold War. By the time it ended, it's been a multilateral world since then. Richie, quick comments from you. If you look at this, shopping list, so to say. So the Americans want Chinese to buy more soybean, sell more beef. And except for Boeing, if you look at it, essentially agri products. And from China, you want the rare earths, what future stands for. So in that sense, the relationship is already loaded in favor of China. What's the leverage really with Trump? And on the question of Taiwan, then obviously the Americans are on a thin ice.
Yeah, well, you bring up a very good point. And one of the issues that we have here is that the markets are uneven. What we sell to China, what we import from China, there's the imbalance, more than just consumer products and consumer goods, but the things like technology, things like rare earth, the control of rare earth items that we need for manufacturing, like batteries. And right now with the chip restrictions, with also, what we can use here, what consumers buy here, the quality of what we can obtain here, it just doesn't seem to make that. It seems this imbalance is continuing, regardless of whether or not there's a tariff on it or not, whether Trump wants to push to open the borders or not. But this is why we see this delegation, the American delegation that went along with Trump yesterday and today. These are business leaders, icons in the business world, in technology, in Elon Musk with Tesla and car, with BlackRock and other investments. We've got the among the largest of the business leaders of America are there. So this is more than just an issue with Taiwan and the red line. What do we do with Taiwan? What do we do with the Middle East, West Asia, as you say? But it's to try and convince, to try and work on a way to open up the Chinese market more to American goods, and to get trade working, because right now it's not working, and there's just the constant barriers that are put to American businesses.
All right, Richie, stay with us, as I would request General Sudhakarji also. The talks are going on. In fact, it's been over an hour now that the two delegations are closeted inside that great hall of people. I've been there, and it's a fantastic view, and feels great to be there. The Chinese place or the Chinese equivalent of Hyderabad House that we have here in New Delhi. I think we're just coming out of that story for a bit, and then we come back as the delegation talks, and we hear the joint statement between the two leaders.
Yes, but before that, let's also big breaking news that's coming in, a very unfortunate rather news. Now, a woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi, and a sex worker was reportedly sexually assaulted by the bus driver, the two bus drivers, one of them being a conductor in a moving bus. Now, this is all according to the police. The victim had boarded the bus from near the Rani Bagh bus stand, and an argument kind of broke out between them when the victim and the two men kind of got into an argument, and the two men, following the altercation, the victim made a PCR call seeking help. Acting swiftly, the police not just reached the spot but apprehended both the accused and seized the bus involved in the incident. Now, this is an unfortunate news that's coming in, but I have my colleague Saurabh joining us on a phone call. Saurabh, according to the police, the woman is married and has 3 children, and this unfortunate incident has now come to light. What is it that you know, since you're on ground zero?
Yes, the woman had 3 children, and she is a resident of Mangolpuri area in the national capital. And she, on the intervening night of May 12 and 13, the woman onboarded the bus from near the Rani Bagh bus stand, and following which, when the bus reached to Nangloi, both driver of the private bus struck a deal with the woman, and after conducting this heinous act, they refused to pay to her. And after that, however, the act was conducted, and they do not agree to the payment. And following that, an altercation broke out between both the men and the victim. And then the victim had made a PCR call, and then the police reached the spot immediately. After reaching the spot, the police apprehended both the accused, and the medical examination was also conducted. And after that, an FIR was registered at the Rani Bagh police station, and the relevant sections of the gang rape were put on both the accused, and now both the accused have been sent to the judicial custody. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Saurabh, for giving us those information. This was an unfortunate incident that took place in the Rani Bagh area of New Delhi, where a woman was gang raped by 2 people, the bus driver and the conductor. But right now, the police has seized the bus that was used for the crime. All right, we have another breaking news that's coming in. Pawan Khera arrives at the crime branch in Guwahati. Now, Pawan Khera says that as a part of my citizen duties, I shall be cooperative with this investigation. In fact, it's interesting to see that he's been absconding for a really, really long time, but now has suddenly remembered his citizen duties, and he says, and I quote, that as a part of my citizen duties, I shall be cooperative with this investigation. He has arrived at the crime branch in Guwahati as we speak, and is now I'm sure, in conversation with the crime branch. Now, Pawan Khera has arrived at the crime branch in Guwahati and says that as a part of his citizen duties, he shall be cooperative with his investigation. Let's listen into Pawan Khera.
जांच में सहयोग दे रहा हूं। जांच चल रही है, नियम और कानून के हिसाब से जांच में सहयोग देना हर नागरिक का कर्तव्य है, मैं भी वही कर रहा हूं। जांच में सहयोग दे रहा हूं। जांच चल रही है, नियम और कानून के हिसाब से जांच में सहयोग देना हर नागरिक का कर्तव्य है, मैं भी वही कर रहा हूं।
Now, I have my colleague Anirudh joining me from Guwahati. Anirudh, it's interesting that this gentleman, Pawan Khera, who was lodged after he made these tall claims about, Biswanta Sharma's wife possessing multiple passports and undisclosed properties. He's now suddenly decided to be cooperative with this investigation. I'm sure you're there. What is it that you know about the situation?
Yes, Pavan Khera arrived to Guwahati yesterday, and yesterday for more than 12 hours he was questioned by the Assam police, though the details of the questioning and how, what were the part of interrogation, these are not revealed, but yes, yesterday there was a marathon interrogation of Pavan Khera that went on for 12 hours, and he was asked to appear before the crime branch again today. And he is appearing. In fact, we yesterday saw how Gaurav Gogoi also waited outside the crime branch yesterday, waiting for Khera to walk out of the crime branch. But they were probably expecting a few hours of questioning or interrogation, but the Assam police kept on questioning Khera for more than 12 hours, and again he has been summoned today. So Khera has been left with no options, and we also need to point out that Mr. Khera was not given absolute relief by the Supreme Court. He was asked to cooperate with the police investigation, and he was only given an interim relief, and he was supposed to appear before the police whenever he was summoned, and that is the only
right. Anirudh, thank you for giving us that insight and those details about Pavan Khera. Right now it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere, because once you come back there's a lot more lined up. CBI arrests 5 accused in multi-state crackdown in connection with the NEET paper leak scandal.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास ऑप्शन होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Donald Trump receives grand welcome by Xi Jinping at China's Great Hall of People. Trump greeted with fanfare by Chinese students, received Tri-Services Guard of Honor. And high-stakes bilateral in China, Beijing and Washington discuss key trade and global issues. And CBI arrests 5 accused in multi-state crackdown in connection with meat paper leak scandal. Government bans sugar export with immediate effect till September 30th. Woman gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. Delhi police arrests bus conductor and the driver. Congress yet to announce Kerala CM. Key Kong MLA meet at 1 p.m. All right, viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are fetching, and it is about sugar. Now, the central government has banned the export of sugar with immediate effect till September 30th, 2026, or until further orders, as per Directorate General of Foreign Trade, DGFT, issues a notification amending the export policy from restricted to prohibited. So earlier it was restricted and now it has become prohibited. So there is a complete ban on the export of sugar as we speak. A big development. An export earlier which was restricted is now prohibited. Big breaking news development. This is an order which bans the sale or export of sugar. Big breaking news development coming on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. And exports are banned till September 30. The prohibition will not apply to sugar exports to the EU and USA under CXL and TRQ quota, the advance authorization scheme that they have, and the government-to-government shipments to meet food security needs of other countries. So in special cases, this will not apply, especially for food security, emergency requirement, the needs of other countries. Now, consignments already in the physical export pipeline are also exempted. So those shipments that have left, they are also exempted from this prohibition, this restriction. Earlier it was restricted, now it's completely prohibited. So it is a ban on sugar exports. The central government has banned the export of sugar with immediate effect till September 30, 2026. Ishita is joining me from the newsroom for more updates on the story. Ishita, earlier there was a restriction, now there is a prohibition. However, the shipments which are en route, they will not be stopped, and there are countries which need sugar, there's a food security requirement, they also will be exempted. What more details do we have?
Right, Shivam. So Indian government has now amended its export policy as far as sugar is concerned, and the export has now been stopped. It will come into effect from May 30th. Now, the policy has been amended from restrictions earlier to prohibition now. This comes as the government is now taking several steps to stabilize the production of sugar and to also ensure that the restrictions which are being felt due to the war in West Asia do not hinder the supply within domestic markets. Now, this will ensure that the prices of sugar essentially stabilize within the domestic market and the supply chains are not hindered as far as international markets are concerned. Now, as you mentioned, there are two exceptions to this case, including United States. So these are two exceptions as part of its trade policy with these countries, that India will continue to export sugar to these regions as well. Now, remember,
लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन आदरणीय राहुल गांधी लगभग 22 वर्षों से इलेक्टेड ऑफिस में हैं। 22 वर्षों से 22 वर्षों में वो कितनी बार विदेश गए, तो अभी तक जो डिक्लेयर्ड है और पब्लिक डोमेन में आया है उस सब को काउंट करके 54 फॉरेन ट्रिप्स बनता है। 22 वर्षों में पब्लिक लाइफ में रहते हुए 54 टाइम्स राहुल गांधी जी विदेश यात्रा पे गए, जिसमें कौन कौन से देश हैं? इटली है, यूनाइटेड किंगडम है, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स है, जर्मनी है, वियतनाम है, कंबोडिया है, सिंगापुर है, बहरीन है, मालदीव्स है, कतर है, यूनाइटेड अरब एमिरेट्स है। और 3 मई 2026 को एक्स और सोशल मीडिया के पोस्ट पर जो फुटेज सर्कुलेट हुआ, जो अनअनाउंस्ड यात्रा रही, उसमें मस्कट और ओमान भी है। तो आज इन सब विषयों पे विस्तार से चर्चा होगी और हम यहां बहुत बड़े खुलासे करेंगे। इनमें से अधिकांश जो ट्रिप है, मैंने आपको कहा 54 ट्रिप है, 54 ट्रिप्स है, इनमें अधिकांश ट्रिप्स के ऑन रिकॉर्ड कॉलम फिल है, मतलब वो ऑन रिकॉर्ड गए हैं। जो ऑन रिकॉर्ड नहीं है वो भी बताऊंगा। ऑन रिकॉर्ड गए हैं, उसमें पब्लिक डेटेड होस्ट पेज है, अर्थात होस्ट कब बुला रही है, डेट कब है, इसका पब्लिक डेटेड होस्ट पेज है। आइटिनरी अर्थात प्रेस के जो कब स्टेटमेंट जारी होंगे, प्रेस को कब संबोधित करेंगे, यह प्रेस आइटिनरी भी है। पार्लियामेंट्री रिकॉर्ड, छुट्टी रही उनकी पार्लियामेंट से, पार्लियामेंट में नहीं आए, कमेटी की मीटिंग में नहीं आए और उसका कारण विदेश यात्रा रही, पार्लियामेंट्री रिकॉर्ड है। और फोटो ट्रेल है। मैं मीडिया के पूरी उन सूचियों को भी सामने रखूंगा कि कौन कौन से अखबार में फोटो भी छपे हैं। फोटो ट्रेल है। कहने का तात्पर्य है कि यह जो विदेश यात्रा रही, द ट्रिप्स आर पब्लिक, ये पब्लिक ट्रिप्स है, बट फंडिंग ट्रायल इज नॉट पब्लिक। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि ट्रिप्स पब्लिक है, फंडिंग पब्लिक नहीं है। अब हम एक एक करके कहां कितनी फंडिंग हुई है, किसने फंडिंग किया है और वो खुलासा क्यों नहीं हुआ है, इस विषय पे चर्चा करेंगे। इस पे एक लेजर बनाया गया है, जिस लेजर को मैं आपके सामने रखूंगा इन 54 ट्रिप्स का। इस लेजर में एक एक ट्रिप को लेकर हिसाब लगाया गया है कि आखिर राहुल गांधी के हर ट्रिप में अमूमन राहुल जी ने या उनकी टीम ने या कांग्रेस पार्टी ने डिक्लेयर तो नहीं किया है, मगर खर्चा कितना हुआ होगा। तो ये कैलकुलेशन कैसे होगा, अंदाजे से तो नहीं हो सकता है। तो इसका मॉडल होता है और उस मॉडल को कहते हैं बॉटम अप मॉडल एस्टिमेशन ऑफ द कॉस्ट। नीचे से ऊपर तक एक बॉटम अप मॉडल के माध्यम से ये खर्चा लगाया गया। जैसे कि राहुल जी जाते हैं विदेश में, तो अगर एक लॉन्ग हॉल जर्नी है, बड़ी जर्नी है यहां से न्यूयॉर्क तक, तो कैसे जाएंगे? राहुल जी फर्स्ट क्लास में जाएंगे, तो फर्स्ट क्लास के पैसे को इंक्लूड किया गया। वो इकोनॉमी में नहीं जाएंगे, वो फर्स्ट क्लास में जाएंगे, तो फर्स्ट क्लास का पैसा का खर्चा इंक्लूड किया गया। कितने लोग जाते हैं? तो जितने डिक्लेयर्ड हैं, जितनी बार डिक्लेयर किया है और सीसीटीवी फुटेज कैमरा सिक्योरिटी को देखा गया है, उसमें लोगों की संख्या कैलकुलेट होती है कि इतने लोग उनके साथ गए हैं। ऑन एन एवरेज हर उनके विदेश यात्रा में 3 से 4 लोग उनके साथ ट्रेवल किए हैं। और अगर चकमा देकर एसपीजी को या सीआरपीएफ को गए हैं, बिना सिक्योरिटी के गए हैं, वो भी मैं बताने वाला हूं कितनी बार चकमा दिया है। येलो बुक को काउंटर करके गए हैं, वो भी बताएंगे। तो उसमें सिक्योरिटी वाले भी ऐड होते हैं, वरना 3 से 4 लोग अमूमन उनके साथ गए हैं और वो बिजनेस क्लास में गए हैं। तो बिजनेस क्लास का खर्चा कितना होता है? जिस शहर में उतरते हैं तो स्वाभाविक है वहां पर कोई टैक्सी लेके नहीं जाते हैं, वहां पर एक शॉफर ड्रिवन कार में ही राहुल गांधी चलते हैं, तो उसका खर्चा कितना होता है? होटल में रुकते हैं तो किसी सड़क के किनारे मोटेल में तो नहीं रुकते हैं, 5 स्टार सिटी रेट के अनुसार, कि वहां 7 स्टार नहीं, चलिए 5 स्टार में तो कम से कम रुकेंगे ही, 5 स्टार सिटी रेट के अनुसार यह सिटी ग्रेड रेट लगाए गए हैं। उसके साथ साथ फूड एंड बिवरेजेस 5 स्टार के लगाए गए हैं। इवेंट सपोर्ट प्लेसेस, इन सबको मिलाकर के एक क्यूमुलेटिव प्राइसिंग की गई है। मैं डिटेल में तो आऊंगा, मगर बड़ी संख्या है, जो कुल संख्या है वो मैं आपको बता देता हूं। ये जो कैलकुलेशन हुआ, तो 3 ग्रेड में कैलकुलेशन किया गया। सबसे सस्ते टिकट, बीच वाले महंगे टिकट और सबसे महंगे टिकट, सबसे सस्ती गाड़ी, सबसे सस्ते होटल, बीच वाले और सबसे महंगे, इन 3 ग्रेड में कैलकुलेशन किया गया। और मिड ग्रेड सेक्शन को लिया गया है कि चलिए वो बीचों बीच के होटल में रुके हैं, वो बहुत बड़ी लिमोजिन में नहीं चले हैं, छोटी सी गाड़ी में चले हैं, मगर शॉफर ड्रिवन है। इस प्रकार के कैलकुलेशन को लेने के बाद 2004 से 2026 तक राहुल गांधी 54 यात्रा जो उनकी रही विदेश की, उसमें उनका खर्चा हुआ है 60 करोड़, 60 करोड़ रुपए का खर्चा राहुल गांधी जी के विदेश यात्रा में रहा है। अब हम इस पे 2 विषय को कंपैरिजन में रखेंगे। 60 करोड़ राहुल गांधी जी ने व्यक्तिगत तौर पे खर्च किया है अपने विदेश यात्रा पे, नंबर 1। इसमें हमने कोई कमिटी वाली कि भारत की सरकार ने उन्हें कहीं भेजा है या पार्लियामेंट की किसी कमिटी में चले गए हैं, उन यात्राओं को इंक्लूड नहीं किया है। ये 54 यात्रा वो है जो उनके व्यक्तिगत है, उसमें 60 करोड़ खर्च हुए हैं। अब उसमें हमारे पास यहां पर फॉर्म 26, जब कोई एमपी चुनाव लड़ता है या एमएलए चुनाव लड़ता है, तो वह एफिडेविट सबमिट करता है। नॉमिनेशन के समय एफिडेविट में फॉर्म 26 भी सबमिट होता है। और जब फॉर्म 26 सबमिट होता है तो आप अपनी आमदनी भी डिक्लेयर करते हैं। पहले जो एफिडेविट होता था 2013-14 के चुनाव से पहले, उस समय वो कॉलम आपकी आमदनी की नहीं होती थी। 2013-14 के बाद जितने भी चुनाव हुए हैं और जो फॉर्म आया है, उसमें आप वार्षिक रूप से आपकी आमदनी कितनी होती है, यह स्पष्ट रूप से आप एफिडेविट में लिख के देते हैं कि मेरा इस वर्ष की आमदनी इतनी है, इस वर्ष की आमदनी इतनी है। तो ये आमदनी आप लिख के देते हैं। तो हमारे पास राहुल गांधी जी के बैक टू बैक 2013-14 से 2022-23 तक असेसमेंट ईयर 2013-14 से असेसमेंट ईयर 2022-23 तक का, जब वो चुनाव लड़े, क्योंकि लास्ट चुनाव 24 का था और 24 के चुनाव के लिए 22-23 का उन्होंने अपना इनकम दिखाया है, तो कंटिन्यूअस 10 वर्ष के उनका आमदनी, प्रत्येक वर्ष 10 वर्षों तक वो कितना अर्न करते रहे, वो हमारे पास डिटेल है, क्योंकि ये पब्लिक डोमेन में है, आप भी निकाल सकते हैं। तो कितना उन्होंने अर्न किया, कुल मिलाकर के 10 वर्षों में विगत 10 वर्षों में 10 असेसमेंट ईयर में राहुल गांधी जी की आमदनी थी 11 करोड़ रुपए। 11 करोड़ रुपए की आमदनी, 60 करोड़ रुपए फॉरेन ट्रिप में खर्चा। एक उदाहरण देता हूं, एक वर्ष का उदाहरण दूंगा कि उस वर्ष में डिक्लेयर्ड इनकम कितना था उस वर्ष का, और उस वर्ष में उन्होंने एक फॉरेन ट्रिप में कितना खर्चा किया, जिसको कहते हैं गैप बिटवीन द डिक्लेयर्ड इनकम एंड मॉडल ट्रैवल स्पेंड। एक सिंगल ट्रिप है 2015 का। 2015 में साउथ ईस्ट एशिया गए और साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में 4.5 करोड़ रुपया, 4.5 करोड़ रुपीस वो स्पेंड बाय राहुल गांधी। और 2014-15 की जो उनकी आमदनी है, मतलब जो वार्षिक आमदनी थी, वो आमदनी थी 86.55 लाख। 86.55 लाख का आमदनी और एक ही यात्रा में खर्चा 4.5 करोड़ का। दैट मीन्स 5.2 गुना अधिक खर्चा किया यात्रा में जितना कमाया। 5.2 times more was spent on his foreign trip that year than what he earned that year, the single year, in 2015. इसमें दो प्रश्न उठते हैं जो लीगल है। अब मैं लीगैलिटी पे आता हूं। पहला प्रश्न उठता है, फॉरेन सोर्सेस, ये जो पूरे फॉरेन में गए हैं, विदेश यात्रा किसी की भी होती है, कोई एमपी है, कोई एमएलए है, कोई मंत्री है, जब ये फॉरेन जाते हैं तो दो प्रकार से इनकी फंडिंग हो सकती है। या तो सरकार देख रही है पूरा, ठीक है, या तो फॉरेन फंडेड हो, फॉरेन की कोई कंपनी, फॉरेन का कोई सोर्स, फॉरेन की कोई एजेंसी आपको फंड कर रही है। अगर फॉरेन की कोई एजेंसी आपको फंड कर रही है तो देश का कानून क्या कहता है? देश का कानून कहता है फॉरेन कंट्रीब्यूशन रेगुलेशन एक्ट, जिसको FCRA कहते हैं। FCRA 2010 के अंतर्गत सेक्शन 6 में किसी भी एमपी को, किसी भी लेजिस्लेचर को, किसी भी जज को, किसी भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल को प्रायर परमिशन लेना पड़ता है MHA से, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स से। अर्थात सरकार से परमिशन लेना पड़ता है और सरकार का उक्त विभाग है MHA से परमिशन लेना पड़ता है कि फॉरेन फंड होने वाला है, फलानी कंपनियां मुझे फंड देने वाली हैं और वो मेरा होटल स्टे, खाने पीने, रहने का आयोजन करने वाली है, मुझे परमिशन दिया जाए। यह है नियम। दूसरा है पर्सनल द्वारा, आप अपने पर्सनल खर्चे पर फॉरेन ट्रिप पे जा रहे हैं। अगर पर्सनल ट्रिप पे फॉरेन घूमने जा रहे हैं, पर्सनल पैसे पे फॉरेन ट्रिप पे जा रहे हैं, तो क्या कानून लागू होता है? इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न। आपने इनकम टैक्स में उसका खुलासा किया कि नहीं, जो कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस के अंतर्गत आता है, और उसमें एसेट लायबिलिटी डिक्लेरेशन होती है कि हमारा एसेट इतना है, लायबिलिटी इतनी हुई, हमने खर्चा किया, और जो गैप है उस पे पेनल्टी भी लग सकती है, उस पे कार्यवाही भी हो सकती है। तो या तो आपको फॉरेन फंड कर रहा है तो आपके ऊपर FRCA लगता है, या तो आप खुद जा रहे हैं तो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट लगता है। अब हम एक एक करके इस पे आते हैं कि राहुल गांधी जी ने क्या किया है। इसमें एक और प्रोविजन भी है ब्लैक मनी का, कि आप अगर बाहर जाके कोई गिफ्ट लेते हैं, आपके ऊपर पैसा अनडिस्क्लोज तरीके से खर्चा किया जाता है, तो ब्लैक मनी एक्ट 2015 भी आपके ऊपर लगता है। अब मैंने आपको तीनों पॉसिबिलिटी बता दिया है। FRCA मतलब सरकार से परमिशन, खुद पैसा खर्चा करना, और तीसरा है ब्लैक मनी एक्ट 2015। अब प्रश्न उठता है जो हम कांग्रेस से भी और राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहते हैं कि अभी हम आपके सामने लेजर रखेंगे। मैं पूरा लेजर तो 54 का नहीं पढ़ूंगा, जो बड़े बड़े खर्चे वाले हैं 20 आपके सामने रखूंगा, कुछ अनडिक्लेयर्ड वाले रखूंगा, कुछ रात आधे में चुपके बिना किसी को इन्फॉर्म किए आप कहां गए हैं, उस कंट्री का नाम भी नहीं बताया है, वो भी आपके सामने रखूंगा। आपसे उत्तर चाहते हैं, और क्या उत्तर चाहते हैं वो 5 प्रश्न भी पूछूंगा। लेजर खोलता हूं मैं आपके सामने। लेजर इस प्रकार से बनाया गया है, एक सैंपल लेजर दिखा रहा हूं, जिसमें हम पहले से आ रहे हैं, मतलब 26 से लेके हम पीछे की तरफ जाएंगे। 3 मई 2026 कहां गए? मस्कट, ओमान। कैसे जानी सरकार? पब्लिक डोमेन, विजुअल ऑन एक्स, प्राइवेट विजिट इंडिकेटेड, नो आइटिनरी सरफेस्ड, नो होस्ट डिस्क्लोज्ड। अब ये होस्ट के ऊपर निर्भर करता है कि वो डिस्क्लोज करे। कुछ डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया गया। खर्चा कितना हुआ? 50 लाख रुपया। 50 लाख रुपीज वॉज स्पेंड। दूसरा एग्जाम्पल दिसंबर 2025 का दे रहा हूं। लंदन और बर्लिन गए। इंडियन ओवरसीज कांग्रेस आईओसी बर्लिन प्रोग्रेसिव अलायंस, ये स्कॉल्स लंच भी हुआ और एक हट्टी स्कूल था, वहां भी उनका कार्यक्रम हुआ। ये ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। ऑन रिकॉर्ड 1.4 करोड़ खर्चा हुआ। अब हम आते हैं दूसरे पेज पे। बहुत सारे हैं, मैं सब में नहीं जा रहा हूं। सितंबर अक्टूबर 2025 लैटिन अमेरिका। लैटिन अमेरिका में 19 रातें, 4 लॉन्ग हॉल लेग्स, सिक्योरिटी एड्स लेके गए थे, इवेंट सपोर्ट, कुल मिला के खर्चा 5.5 करोड़ रुपया ऑन रिकॉर्ड। किसने दिया? कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं। सितंबर 2025 खर्चा कम हुआ है। कम मतलब 45 लाख रुपए में, बाकी कंपैरिजन में कम कह रहा हूं। 45 लाख रुपए खर्चा हुआ है, मगर सितंबर 2025 अनडिक्लेयर्ड है। डिक्लेयर कहीं नहीं किया गया है, चुपके से चले गए हैं। सीआरपीएफ ने लेटर लिखा है और उस लेटर में लिखा है कि सीक्रेट ट्रिप। सीक्रेट ट्रिप, व्हाट इज अ सीक्रेट ट्रिप? आप एमपी हैं, आप सीक्रेट ट्रिप में जाते हैं और सीआरपीएफ को चिट्ठी लिखनी पड़ती है कि साहब सीक्रेट ट्रिप में चले गए हैं, मतलब डॉज करके आप सीक्रेटली चले गए। आप पत्रकार हैं, आप खुद बताइए, आप भी सीक्रेट ट्रिप पे नहीं जा सकते हैं। आपके घर के लोग, आपके मित्र, आपकी संस्था ये भी जानती है कि आप कहां जा रहे हैं। हम लोग साधारण लोग हैं, हम भी सीक्रेट ट्रिप पे नहीं जा सकते हैं। घर के लोग छोड़ेंगे नहीं। कहां गया था तू? 4 दिन से कहां है? मैं एकदम आम आदमी की भाषा बोल रहा हूं। आप बताइए, कोई नहीं छोड़ने वाला है। बच्चे नहीं छोड़ेंगे, मैडम नहीं छोड़ेगी घर पे। कहां 5 दिन से गायब थे तुम? कौन से ट्रिप पे गए हो? और यहां साहब को देखिए, अनडिक्लेयर्ड सीक्रेट ट्रिप। उसके बाद लंदन यूके, इसमें मैं एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूं क्योंकि इसमें कुछ प्राइवेट चीजें भी हैं। जून जुलाई 2025 लंदन गए यूके में। सीआरपीएफ ने चिट्ठी लिखा है, उसमें लिखा है कि मिराया वाड्रा, उनका ग्रेजुएशन सेलिब्रेशन है, इसलिए वो गए हैं। 95 लाख रुपीस खर्चा हुआ है, ग्रेजुएशन सेलिब्रेशन के लिए गए। बाकी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। अब आते हैं अप्रैल 2025 को 1.2 करोड़ बॉस्टन गए थे, वहां पर क्या भाषण दिया था आपको पता है। अब दुबई यूएई गए हैं, ये अप्रैल 2025 में। अनडिक्लेयर्ड, डिक्लेयर नहीं किया, चुपके से गायब हो गए, चले गए। मैं ये सारे अनडिक्लेयर्ड वाले भी आपको बताते जाऊंगा। सीआरपीएफ लेटर 17 to 23 अप्रैल, नो प्रोग्राम, होस्ट और पर्पस डिस्क्लोज्ड। सीआरपीएफ को डॉज करके, कुछ भी नहीं बता करके ये रातों रात गायब हो गए और अप्रैल 17 से अप्रैल 23 तक यूएई में रहे। 70 लाख खर्च हुआ। खर्च वाला विषय अलग है, ये करोड़ों में नहीं है, लाखों में है, मगर डॉज, अनडिक्लेयर्ड। उसके बाद आपका वियतनाम विजिट्स आता है, ये मार्च 2025 में है। मल्टीपल साइकिल्स इंडिकेटेड बाय पब्लिक डोमेन फुटेज, हैनोई जनवरी 2026 व्लॉगर एनकाउंटर ऑन सोशल मीडिया। 2.8 करोड़ खर्चा, पब्लिक विजुअल्स, कोई डिक्लेरेशन नहीं, पब्लिक विजुअल के आधार पर यह किया गया है। 2.8 करोड़ खर्चा हुआ है। दिसंबर 24-25, दिसंबर वो जो रात होती है, 24 जा रहा है, 25 आ रहा है, 31 दिसंबर, इटली न्यू ईयर। सीआरपीएफ लेटर, सीआरपीएफ ने कड़ा लेटर लिखा है कि 30 दिसंबर टू 9 जनवरी ये नहीं थे। और सीआरपीएफ ने यह भी लिखा है कि वो पीरियड वह था जब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह का मॉर्निंग पीरियड, उनकी शोक का पीरियड था। उस शोक के पीरियड के समय आपको याद होगा, आप लोगों ने भी प्रश्न पूछा था कि आखिरकार राहुल गांधी क्यों नहीं आए हैं शोक सभा में, वो क्यों नहीं उपस्थित है। तो सीआरपीएफ की लेटर है कि 30 दिसंबर से 9 जनवरी तक जब मनमोहन जी की मॉर्निंग थी, उस समय वो अनडिक्लेयर्ड, बिना सीआरपीएफ को बताए 95 लाख रुपीस का खर्चा हुआ। न्यू ईयर के समय वो इटली में थे। उसके बाद थोड़ा सा मुझे एक विषय हास्यास्पद लगा, तो मैंने भी सोचा आपको थोड़ा गंभीर विषय है तो थोड़ा हंसाऊं भी। मार्च 2018 में जो रिपोर्ट किया गया कि सरप्राइज होली विजिट टू पाउला माइनो, अपनी नानी जी के घर, नानी जी अब नहीं है संसार में, उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे, जो नहीं होते हैं उनके लिए कभी खराब नहीं बोलना चाहिए, मगर उनको एक होली सरप्राइज, मतलब होली मतलब ये गुलाल रंग वाला होली, वो होली का सरप्राइज, पाउला जी होली खेलती थी नहीं खेलती थी मुझे नहीं पता, मगर होली की सरप्राइज देने के लिए वो गए थे, होली सरप्राइज देने, ऑन रिकॉर्ड कि होली सरप्राइज देने जा रहा हूं, ऑन रिकॉर्ड वो होली खेलने गए थे इटली। यहां तो कभी होली, पता नहीं संजय जी, यहां तो कभी होली नहीं खेलते हुए मैं देखा है, मगर इटली में जाके पाउला जी के साथ इन्होंने होली खेला। पाउला जी को शांति मिले, उनके लिए हमारा मन में आदर है। और फिर उसके बाद आप देखिए 3.2 करोड़ खर्चा हुआ किसमें, वो बर्कली वाला जो उनका सितंबर 2017 में जहां जाके भारत के लिए क्या क्या बोल के आए थे आपको पता है। उसी प्रकार इटली 19 दिन के लिए गए थे, 1.5 करोड़ रुपए खर्चा हुआ। और मैडम सोनिया गांधी जी के साथ मेडिकल के लिए गए, इसमें एक बड़ा विषय लिखा हुआ है। मैडम सोनिया गांधी अभी भी मैं देख रहा था मेडिसिटी में एडमिट थी, ईश्वर उनको लंबी आयु दे, वो दीर्घायु हो और स्वस्थ रहे हमेशा, ये हम सबकी कामना है। और ट्रीटमेंट के लिए हम प्रश्न नहीं करते, हम ऐसे निकृष्ट राजनीतिक काम नहीं करते हैं, अच्छे ही रहे वो। मगर इसमें सिटी का नाम विथहेल्ड किया गया, मतलब बताया नहीं गया कि कौन से सिटी में तक गए हैं। वो मार्च 2017 का है, ये ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, 75 लाख रुपए खर्च हुए, मगर सिटी का नाम विथहेल्ड किया गया। मैंने इसलिए बताया क्योंकि सिटी का नाम बताते हैं, सिटी का नाम भी विथहेल्ड किया गया है। ठीक उसी प्रकार 1.8 करोड़ रुपए अगस्त 2018 में खर्च हुए, 1 करोड़ रुपए फिर से मेडिकल चेकअप का है, मैं उस पर मेडिकल चेकअप पे मैं प्रश्न नहीं पूछूंगा। और अब हम आगे आते हैं नवंबर 2019, इसका जो रिकॉर्ड पे है, मतलब जो हमें मीडिया से मालूम पड़ा, अनडिक्लेयर्ड है, 35 लाख रुपए खर्चा हुआ। मेडिटेशनल ट्रिप, मेडिटेशन करने गए थे अक्टूबर नवंबर 2019 अब्रॉड। अब कहां मेडिटेशन कर रहे थे वो डेस्टिनेशन डिस्क्लोज्ड है। मेडिटेशन को शायद डिस्क्लोज ही मतलब डेस्टिनेशन नहीं बोला जाता है, शांति से कहीं मेडिटेशन कर रहे थे, फॉरेन में कर रहे थे, भारत में नहीं मेडिटेशन, उनका मन नहीं लगा तो बाहर मेडिटेशन करने गए, और वो जगह नहीं बताया कहां मेडिटेशन कर रहे थे। आप बताइए, वैसे तपस्या की डेफिनेशन भी उन्होंने बताई थी पार्लियामेंट में, तो ये अनडिक्लेयर्ड है। और उसके बाद अक्टूबर 2019 बैंकॉक मेडिटेशन करने गए, ये भी अनडिक्लेयर्ड है। बैंकॉक मेडिटेशन रिट्रीट, बैंकॉक गए हैं मेडिटेशन करने के लिए, डिपार्टेड ऑन 5 अक्टूबर ऑन विस्तारा, ईव ऑफ हरियाणा एंड महाराष्ट्र पोल। एकदम मतलब हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र में पोल चल रहा था, मतलब मुझे लगता है बहुत स्ट्रेस हो गया होगा, तो तुरंत बैंकॉक में जाके किस प्रकार से मेडिटेशन किया जाए, तपस्या, तो उसके लिए तुरंत वो गए 40 लाख रुपीस खर्च करके, अनडिक्लेयर्ड, तुरंत कि अभी मेडिटेशन करना है, तो चले गए। चलिए फिर लेक्चर टूर ऑन इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी अक्रॉस 2 कैलिफोर्निया कैंपसेस, बर्कली, स्टैनफोर्ड, और वहां जाके कितना महान महान भाषण दिया 70 लाख खर्च करके, ये बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मई 2022 में काठमांडू में एक शादी हुई थी, उसमें नाइट क्लब का वीडियो वायरल हुआ था, आपको याद होगा, एक नाइट क्लब का वीडियो वायरल हुआ था, वो ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, वो वीडियो भी ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। ट्रिब्यून ने फोटो भी छापा था, 45 लाख रुपए उसमें खर्च हुआ है। ये मैं आपको हाइलाइटर्स दे रहा हूं क्योंकि नाइट क्लब वाला वीडियो चर्चा का विषय रहा था, ट्रिब्यून ने फोटो भी छापा था, ये विषय पब्लिक डोमेन में है। 45 लाख रुपए खर्चा हुआ है। दिसंबर 2021 टू जनवरी 2022 अब्रॉड डेस्टिनेशन विथहेल्ड कर दिया। पर्सनल विजिट एज द असेंबली इलेक्शन साइकिल ओपन, उसमें असेंबली इलेक्शन था, ये पर्सनल विजिट करके गए, अनडिक्लेयर्ड, चोरी चोरी चुपके चुपके 40 लाख खर्चा हुआ, डिक्लेयर नहीं किया। मैं बहुत बड़े बड़े खुलासा और करने वाला हूं, अभी सब येलो पेज भी खोलूंगा। लंदन गए 24 रात, नवंबर 2021 में 24 नाइट्स के लिए लंदन गए, 2.2 करोड़ रुपए खर्चा हुआ। इसमें वीआईपी लॉजिस्टिक्स और सिक्योरिटी लेकर गए थे, ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, ये ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, मगर किसने खर्चा किया इसका कोई डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है। गए, सिक्योरिटी भी गई और 24 रात लंदन में रहे, मगर किसने खर्चा किया रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। वो फार्मर प्रोटेस्ट के समय दिसंबर 2020 और जनवरी 21 के बीच मिलान और इटली गए, अनडिक्लेयर्ड, मैं अनडिक्लेयर्ड वाला बोल रहा हूं, अनडिक्लेयर्ड। ये डिपार्टेड 27 दिसंबर 2020 में, 90 लाख खर्चा हुआ। आप देखिए इस प्रकार से एक और अनडिक्लेयर्ड है, अब्रॉड डेस्टिनेशन विथहेल्ड जुलाई 2022, शॉर्ट ट्रिप बिफोर प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन एंड मॉनसून सेशन, 40 लाख खर्चा अनडिक्लेयर्ड, छुप के गए। उज्बेकिस्तान समरखंड मिस्ट्री ट्रिप, उनके साथ अमिताभ दुबे प्लस अमूल्य गोपाल कृष्णन, ये गए थे, 85 लाख रुपए खर्चा हुआ, अनडिक्लेयर्ड, ये भी डिक्लेयर नहीं किया गया। और बाकी करोड़ में बहुत कुछ है, मैं इतना आप मुझे पता है कि समय सीमा होती है, इसलिए मैं जल्दी जल्दी समाप्त करूंगा। फरवरी अप्रैल 2015 में थाईलैंड, म्यांमार, वियतनाम, कंबोडिया, ये 60 डे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया विंडो रहा और इसमें 4.5 करोड़ रुपए खर्च हुए। ये उनके उस वर्ष के 2014-15 का जो इनकम था उसका 5.2 टाइम्स अधिक था और ये ऑन रिकॉर्ड है 4.5 लाख खर्चा। 2014 और 16 के बीच में 3 शॉर्ट फॉरेन ब्रेक्स। 15 मई 2014 जब मनमोहन सिंह जी का फेयरवेल था एज प्राइम मिनिस्टर, जब फेयरवेल हुआ 15 मई 2014 को वो नहीं थे, आपको याद होगा, फॉरेन में थे। 19 जून 2014 एंड 28 जून 2016 90 लाख खर्चा हुआ, अनडिक्लेयर्ड, बिना बोल के चले गए। ये लेजर इस प्रकार से 14 रात के लिए बाहर गए थे, न्यूयॉर्क अगस्त 2011 अगस्त सितंबर, 1.5 करोड़। ये लेजर इस प्रकार से बनाया गया है। अब इसमें आपको हम बता दें, मैंने कहा था 54 ट्रिप्स है, 20 ट्रिप ऐसे हैं जो मोस्ट एक्सपेंसिव है, मतलब करोड़ों में जा रहे हैं। 20 ट्रिप का क्यूमुलेटिव खर्चा है 39.6 करोड़, 39.6 करोड़। और जो 34 बाकी बचे ट्रिप है उनका खर्चा है 19.85 करोड़, लगभग 20 करोड़। इसके बाद हम आते हैं कोरोबोरेशन, कितना कमाया, कितना खर्च किया। मैं आपको एफिडेविट दिखाऊंगा, फॉर्म 26 एफिडेविट जो उन्होंने लोकसभा कॉन्टेस्ट करते समय ईयर बाय ईयर इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न शो किया है। मैंने आपको बताया था 2013-14 से पहले ये जो फॉर्म होता था उसमें इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न में आपकी आय नहीं दिखाई जाती थी एफिडेविट में, मगर अब 13-14 के बाद वो पब्लिक रिकॉर्ड है। ये टेबल है, हम 10 वर्षों के टोटल असेसमेंट ईयर 10 ईयर्स, 2000, मैं फटाफट पढ़ता हूं, 2013-14 का 1 करोड़ 30 लाख से अधिक है, वायनाड से लड़े थे। 14-15 का 95 लाख से अधिक है। 2015-16 असेसमेंट ईयर का 86,55,660 है, ये लोएस्ट है उनके अभी तक का 10 वर्षों का सबसे लोएस्ट है, 86,55,660। 16-17 का 1 करोड़ 75 लाख, आगे कुछ है। 2017-18 का 1 करोड़ 11 लाख 85,570। 2018-19 का 1 करोड़ 20 लाख 37,700। 19-20 का 1 करोड़ 21 लाख 54,470 रुपए। 20-21 का 1 करोड़ 30 लाख 31,110 रुपए। 2021-22 का 1 करोड़ 31 लाख 4,970 करोड़ रुपए। असेसमेंट ईयर 22-23 का 1 करोड़ 2,78,680। कुल मिलाकर के 10 वर्षों के असेसमेंट ईयर का रहा है 11 करोड़ 10 लाख रुपए। यह रहा है 10 वर्षों में। सबसे बड़े मिसमैच कौन से हैं? 5 सबसे बड़े मिसमैच बताऊंगा कि ईयर में सबसे कम इनकम और सबसे ज्यादा खर्चा बाहर जाने में। 2014-15 में कुल आय 86 लाख रुपीस का, बाहर जाने में खर्चा 4.5 करोड़ का, एक सिंगल ट्रिप में 4.5 करोड़ का, 5.2 टाइम्स ज्यादा। 2017-18 में पूरा इनकम उनका है 1.20 करोड़, 1 करोड़ 20 लाख रुपए, और खर्चा हुआ है बाहर जाने में 6 करोड़ रुपए, 5 गुना अधिक। 19-20 में उन्होंने आय किया है 1 करोड़ 39 लाख रुपए, लाख रुपए, 1.29 करोड़ रुपीस, और खर्चा किया है बाहर जाने में 4.6 करोड़, 3.5 टाइम्स ज्यादा। 2018-2019 में आय उनका रहा है राहुल गांधी का 1.22 लाख, 1 करोड़ 22 लाख रुपए, और खर्चा किया है उन्होंने 3.9 करोड़, 3.2 टाइम्स। और लास्ट वाला है 2021-2022, इनकम हुआ है 1.03 करोड़ और खर्चा किया है 2.6 करोड़, मतलब 2.5 टाइम्स ज्यादा। आप एक एग्जाम्पल देखिए, फरवरी टू अप्रैल 2015 साउथ ईस्ट एशिया विंडो, एक ही विंडो में 4.5 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए और उस साल सबसे लोएस्ट इनकम उनका था 86.55 लाख रुपए। कहां से पैसा आया, किसने दिया? जो असेसमेंट होता है इलेक्शन के समय, उसमें एसेट एंड लायबिलिटी डिक्लेरेशन होता है। मैं उनका एसेट और लायबिलिटी डिक्लेरेशन पढ़ देता हूं। टोटल डिस्क्लोज्ड एसेट्स 2004 में जब पहली बार लड़े तो वो 55.38 लाख रुपीस था राहुल गांधी का। जो 2024 में जब आखिरी बार लड़े तो 20.39 करोड़ था। 55 लाख से अभी लगभग 21 करोड़ है। ये कोई बहुत, ये अनरिमार्केबल ही है। बहुत बड़े पॉलिटिकल फैमिली से आते हैं, बिजनेस इंटरेस्ट भी है, बहुत कुछ है, ठीक है, बढ़ोतरी हुई है। मगर कहने का तात्पर्य है, क्या इसमें वो डिस्क्लोजर है जो 60 करोड़ रुपए 54 ट्रिप में खर्चा हुआ, वो इस कि 55 लाख से लेकर जो 21 करोड़ तक का बढ़ावा हुआ है, उसमें ये कहीं भी फिट नहीं बैठ रहा है। एसेट लायबिलिटी में ये 60 करोड़ को कहां डाला जाए, ये कहीं भी फिट नहीं बैठ रहा है। आप बताइए, जब उनका पूरा का पूरा ही एसेट और लायबिलिटी 21 करोड़ का है, तो हम 60 करोड़ को इसमें कहां डाले, यह प्रश्न उठ रहा है। अब मैंने आपको कहा था कि हम 3 बैंड में यह कैलकुलेशन हुआ है ताकि किसी प्रकार की गुंजाइश इसमें गलती की ना रहे। सबसे खराब गाड़ी में चलते हैं, चलिए खुद भी गाड़ी चला लिया जाके वहां पे, सबसे खराब सीट में बैठते हैं, सबसे खराब होटल में रुकते हैं, तब लोअर बैंड में ये 54 यात्रा जो उनकी हुई है 42 करोड़ रुपए का खर्चा होगा। मिड बैंड में, मिड सेक्शन के होटल में रुकते हैं, मिड सेक्शन की गाड़ी में जाते हैं, मिड सेक्शन के एयरप्लेन में फ्लाई करते हैं, तो 60 करोड़ जो हमने दिया है, हमने उन पे उदारता दिखाई है कि चलो बहुत ज्यादा मतलब तपस्वी बन गए हैं ना, तो तपस्वी की तरह गए होंगे, तो 60 करोड़। और अगर राहुल गांधी की तरह गए होंगे, मतलब जिस प्रकार का उनका आचार विचार व्यवहार रहा है, 5 स्टार, बड़े से जाना, पार्टी करना, फर्स्ट क्लास में जाना, एकदम सब कुछ बड़ा बड़ा सब रहा हो, तब 78 करोड़ टू 93 करोड़ ये खर्चा बनता है तीनों बैंड का। मगर हमने आपको मिडिल बैंड का दिया है। अब ओमान का जो आया है उस पे मैं कुछ प्रश्न पूछूंगा, जो हम आशा करते हैं आज शाम तक कांग्रेस पार्टी देगी इसका। ये ओमान का जो आप गए हैं, अभी तक 6 अनडिक्लेयर्ड आपके टूर रहे हैं, ये 7वां है। अगर ये ऑथेंटिकेट होता है तो ये 7वां अनडिक्लेयर्ड है। तो हम पूछना चाहते हैं कि 3 मई 2026 की रात को पब्लिक डोमेन में विजुअल फुटेज आया एक्स पे, एक प्राइवेट विजिट था मस्कट ओमान को, नो पब्लिक प्रोग्राम, आपने कोई पब्लिक प्रोग्राम नहीं डाला, नो होस्ट डिस्क्लोजर, किसने बुलाया, किसके कहने पे गए, वो भी आपने नहीं डाला, नो एक्नॉलेजमेंट, किसी ने एक्नॉलेज भी नहीं किया और किसी ने उसको अस्वीकार भी नहीं किया कि ये सब गलत है, वो नहीं गए हैं। किसी प्रकार का इस पर टिप्पणी इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस ने भी नहीं किया है अभी तक। नो आइटिनरी हैज बीन पब्लिश्ड, नो बैंक स्टेटमेंट डेबिट और ऑथराइज डीलर फॉरेक्स वाउचर। आपका अगर बाहर जाना होता है, फॉरेक्स वाउचर होता है, बैंक क्रेडिट डेबिट इत्यादि होता है, ना बैंक स्टेटमेंट आपने अभी तक पब्लिश किया है, ना वाउचर आपने फॉरेक्स वाउचर दिखाया है। और नो FCRA सेक्शन 6 परमिशन लेटर हैज बीन शोन। आप दिखा दीजिए आज शाम तक कि आप गए, आपने सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को, MHA को लिखा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के माध्यम से कि आप हमें परमिशन दीजिए। तो ये रूल है एक MP के लिए, तो आप वो दिखा दीजिए। तो ये मस्कट की विषय में आज हम ये प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं। अब CRPF के पास आऊंगा। 10 सितंबर 2025 CRPF ने एक ऑफिशियल लेटर लिखा मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे को, जो उनके अध्यक्ष है, और उस ऑफिशियल लेटर में CRPF ने आपत्ति जताई कि 6 अनडिक्लेयर्ड फॉरेन ट्रिप है दिसंबर 2024 से सितंबर 2025 तक। मैं 6 का पूरा डिटेल दे सकता हूं, मगर मुझे लगता है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत लंबा हो जाएगा। मगर CRPF ने ऑफिशियल लेटर में मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे को लिखा है कि यह बहुत ही चिंताजनक विषय है। 6 अनडिक्लेयर्ड फॉरेन ट्रिप है दिसंबर 24 से सितंबर 25 तक। Each was taken, उनके लेटर से पढ़ रहा हूं, each was taken without the yellow book SPG protection notification that the protocol mandatorily requires. आप एसपीजी प्रोटेक्टी है तो येलो पेज प्रोटोकॉल फुलफिल करना, येलो पेज एसपीजी प्रोटेक्शन नोटिफिकेशन, ये फुलफिल करना अनिवार्य है। मगर आपने वो भी नहीं डिक्लेयर किया, वो नोटिफिकेशन भी नहीं किया और आप स्ट्रेट गायब हो गए। ये 6 का उन्होंने लिखा है और आगे लिखा जाता है कि इफ ओमान लीड इज सब्सटैंशिएटेड देन इट बिकम्स द 7th एंट्री इन दैट पैटर्न। उस चिट्ठी में नहीं है, क्योंकि उस समय जब चिट्ठी लिखा गया था 10 सितंबर 2025, तो उस समय ओमान नहीं गए थे। मगर अब हम बोल रहे हैं कि अब इफ ओमान ट्रिप इज सब्सटैंशिएटेड तो ये 7वां अनडिक्लेयर्ड येलो पेज नोटिफिकेशन को कूद करके किया हुआ चोरी चोरी चुपके चुपके वाला जो फॉरेन ट्रिप है क्यों किया गया। मैं कांग्रेस से बहुत ही जिम्मेदारी के साथ ये 4 क्वेश्चन ओमान पे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि हम ये आज खुलासे का सिलसिले का आरंभ है। ओमान पे इतना बड़ा खुलासा होगा कि आप चौंक जाएंगे, मगर हम उन्हें मौका दे रहे हैं। वो अपनी तरफ से पहले क्या कहना चाहते हैं कहे। नंबर 1,
Getting pictures coming in, viewers, of the big story that we are tracking today, the global story that is US President Trump in China after 9 years, marking the beginning of one of the most closely watched diplomatic meetings in recent years. Chinese President Xi Jinping had welcomed Trump at Beijing's Great Hall of the People with an elaborate red carpet ceremony that included military honors, the U.S. national anthem played by a Chinese military band, and cheering, school children waving and welcoming President Trump. The warm public display is setting the tone for the high-stakes summit focused on trade, technology, Taiwan, and the growing global instability. Okay, pictures coming in live from Beijing. You can see both the leaders posing together. And Xi Jinping opened the talks earlier by stressing cooperation over confrontation, saying the world was going through profound changes and warning against that both US and China should see each other as partners and not rivals.
Talk about Taiwan.
Thank you, press.
And also saying, Xi Jinping saying that China and US should be partners, not rivals, and argued that stable ties between the two countries would benefit the entire world. She also highlighted that both nations had more common interest than differences and called for a new chapter in bilateral relations. So both Trump and Xi visiting China's Temple of Heaven, those are the pictures that we are getting for our viewers. Trump touring the Temple of Heaven. This is built in the 15th century. The Temple of Heaven was a site where emperors in the Ming and Qing dynasties worshipped heaven and prayed for bountiful harvests. This is located in the Forbidden City in Beijing. The site's design reflects the ancient Chinese belief that heaven is round and the earth is square. So we are getting this picture, both the leaders visiting China's Temple of Heaven. This is not only the most complete imperial sacrificial building complex in China, but also the world's biggest building complex for offering sacrifice to heaven. So this is one of the sites that both the leaders are visiting. These are pictures that we're getting for you as the summit is taking place against the backdrop of the Iran conflict and rising political pressure in Washington. Donald Trump and President Xi, in fact, Trump had earlier has praised Xi as a great leader and said that US-China relations would become better than before. Trump has highlighted the presence of leading American business executives in his delegation, including major technology and corporate figures, and said they were eager to expand trade and investment opportunities with China. Calling the summit maybe the biggest ever, Trump projected confidence that the discussions could reshape the future of the global economy.
In the great hall.
Okay, so we are seeing both the leaders there And let's go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, getting our viewers these pictures coming in of both these leaders visiting important historical sites in Beijing. And it looks like they both are keen to even out their differences.
Well, yes. So these are, the customary pictures that we see every time a dignitary visits Beijing, and President Trump on his second visit. The first one was in first term in 2017. We are going to see, this is the informal component of the visit, essentially aimed at, building some chemistry, or if there is already some, then reflecting it by way of optics, which is very significant component of any diplomatic powwow. So we are seeing a decade on Trump returning back to China, and we had their delegation talks a while back, which have ended, and in the opening comments, the two leaders are accompanied by translators. In the opening comments, we had Xi Jinping rather first talking about how to manage this relationship in a manner that it remains a partnership and does not become a rivalry, and that there is more cooperation rather than confrontation. We are going to hear joint statements in a bit, but immediately on completion of delegation level talks, the two leaders have gone out for this sightseeing component of the visit. There is a state banquet later in the evening. In fact, there is a ceremonial tea event in the morning tomorrow, and then a working lunch between the two leaders, which means if you look at it, since Trump arrived last evening, and by the time he leaves tomorrow sometime afternoon, the two leaders would have spent both in one-on-one format and restricted format, and the delegation talks and these informal settings about 4 to 5 hours together, talking, engaging, discussing, understanding each other's mind. Not that this is the first time they are meeting in the second Trump term. The last was in October 2025 when they met in South Korea, and on the sidelines of the APEC, and now, of course, it's a bilateral summit, which Trump, by the way, described as the biggest summit ever. Like it happens always with Trump, either it's the most wonderful or it's the most big and the biggest. We are seeing now the two leaders in an animated conversation. If you look at the opening comments that were made by Trump, and if you compare it with what Xi Jinping said, it gives you an idea of what's in the mind of respective leaders. So Trump talked about the corporate leadership that's accompanying him, the top corporate honchos of the United States, and in those comments, whether it was a slip or what, he mentioned about the impressive Chinese military. I think he was really taken in by the Tri-Services Guard of Honor, and Trump sort of looked happy with that, and that reflected in the opening comments that the US President made. And then he said that we really want to make it a good, fantastic partnership. Twice he used the word fantastic. He also commended President Xi Jinping for being a great leader, and he said that back home people don't like him for calling Xi Jinping a great leader, but still he would do that. So a very restrained Trump, one would say, and Xi Jinping, as always, measured, focused on what the two sides should be doing to prevent any confrontation. Okay, we are coming out of Beijing, back to New Delhi, where another big diplomatic powwow is taking place. In a bit, he's chairing the BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit. His turn now to speak. He's there with 11 other foreign ministers. Remember, BRICS, which began as a grouping between Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And a warm welcome to India for this meeting of the BRICS Ministers of Foreign Affairs.
Chair, I thank each delegation for their presence and for their continued commitment to strengthening cooperation within the BRICS framework. All of us remain in close and regular contact through bilateral and multilateral engagements. Gathering today for the BRICS meeting is, however, a special occasion. It allows us to exchange perspectives and encourages us to develop convergences. And in this complicated and uncertain world, that is of ever greater importance. Excellencies, India's chairship appreciates your support, which has contributed to the steady progress of our work. To date, we have organized over 80 BRICS meetings with active participation from all members. These engagements have strengthened cooperation and advanced dialogue across sectors. We look forward to building on this momentum. Promoting a more inclusive and collaborative BRICS framework, we as Chair have been engaging partner countries as well. We have also taken forward discussions on institutional development, including integration of new members through a stock-taking and updatation of existing mechanisms. It is essential for the smooth advancement of BRICS that later members fully appreciate and subscribe to the BRICS consensus on various important issues. Excellencies, we meet at a time of considerable flux in international relations. Ongoing conflicts, economic uncertainties, and challenges in trade and technology and climate are shaping the global landscape. There is a growing expectation, particularly from emerging markets and developing countries, that BRICS will play a constructive and stabilizing role. In this background, our discussions today are an opportunity to reflect on global and regional developments and to consider practical ways to strengthen our cooperation. Development issues remain central. Many countries face challenges on energy, food, fertilizer, and health security, as also access to finance. BRICS can help them respond more effectively. Economic resilience is also key. Reliable supply chains and diversified markets are its essential components. We must focus on both. Climate change remains a pressing concern. Our discussions must advance sustainable development while upholding principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Technological advancements are reshaping the global landscape. It can be leveraged for good governance and inclusive growth. Peace and security remain central to the global order. Recent conflicts only underline the importance of dialogue and diplomacy. There is also a deeply shared interest in strengthening cooperation against terrorism. Excellencies, as Chair, I will facilitate an open and constructive exchange. I encourage all delegations to share their perspectives in that spirit. Your inputs will help guide our discussions and contribute to meaningful outcomes. I once again welcome you all and look forward to a productive discussion. I thank you all for your attention. Excellencies and colleagues, we will soon be commencing the closed session, so I would request now the press to leave us to that session. Thank you very much, press.
We just heard External Affairs Minister Jaishankar speaking there and welcoming everyone to the BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit, which has begun in the national capital. There's a lot on the agenda: Iran war, oil shock, dollar dominance. All these will be discussed. And we just heard Jaishankar talking about what we can expect. BRICS expected to play a constructive and stabilizing role. growing expectation that BRICS will play a stabilizing role. Very important updates coming in. Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi and Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov also are present in that meeting. So this is a BRICS Foreign Minister meeting which really matters. Is taking place just before the 2026 BRICS summit in India in September later this year. So India is hosting the meeting of the foreign ministers from BRICS nations. This is a precursor to the 18th BRICS summit, which New Delhi will be hosting in September. The meeting has started and it coincides with the other big development that we are tracking, US President Trump's visit to Beijing. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Gesu, who is tracking this closely from the ground. Gesu, a lot on the agenda there. Yes, go ahead. What can we expect as this foreign ministers meeting commences?
Right, Shivangi, we're right outside the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. Remember, this is a procedural precursor that happens before India is set to hold the BRICS summit in September. That's just 3 months from now. Today and tomorrow, we're going to be looking at the foreign ministers meet for BRICS. Remember, all 11 member nations will be attending. Interestingly, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also touched down in New Delhi just last evening. So, in fact, we will see the discussion being dominated by the concerns around West Asia and the war that's going on between the United States, Israel and Iran. Not just that, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is giving this meeting a miss, and that's because President Donald Trump is in China as we speak to meet the Chinese President Xi Jinping, and that is the reason that the Chinese ambassador to India will be representing Beijing at the BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit. Now, in fact, another interesting thing is that UAE's Foreign Minister will also be in this meeting. In fact, multitude of sessions, a marathon of discussions are lined up today, with just one more session left that will be held tomorrow. In fact, today we're looking at the culmination of these sessions at around 7 p.m. with a dinner between the foreign dignitaries who are here from the 11 member countries of BRICS. Remember, UAE's Foreign Minister and the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will come face to face for the first time amid the escalations and the tensions that are ongoing in West Asia. Remember, UAE has constantly resounded claims against Iran, saying that they are hitting UAE's and the Gulf region's civilian infrastructure amid the ongoing war. Shivangi, that's all that we have for now. I'll get you more details as the meeting unfolds. For now, the meeting has kick-started at 10 a.m. All 11 member nations and their foreign dignitaries right up behind me inside Bharat Mandapam. Shivangi.
Well, thank you, Kesu, for getting us those details. Both the foreign ministers of Russia and Iran are here, so this is very important. Remember, this is given the backdrop of the tensions, global tensions. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere. Government bans sugar export with immediate effect till September 30th. Stay tuned as we keep getting you the top updates.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
ये टशन है, टशन का ये जश्न है।
राष्ट्रीय इलायची टशन का जश्न।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
Government bans sugar export with immediate effect till September 30th. Coming up next.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। जस्ट से
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is a Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus stories today include Donald Trump's visit to China. He's in Beijing. He received a very grand welcome, and there were bilateral talks between both of them. And also the top focus will be the foreign ministers meeting on the behalf of BRICS, which is happening in New Delhi as we speak. We'll get you all the latest details of that too. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Trump receives grand welcome by Xi Jinping at China's Great Hall of People. Donald Trump greeted with fanfare by Chinese students, received Tri-Services Guard of Honor. High-stakes bilateral in China, Beijing and Washington discuss key trade and global issues. And CBI arrests 5 accused in multi-state crackdown in connection with NEET paper leak scandal. Government bans sugar export with immediate effect till September 30th. A woman gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. Delhi police arrests bus conductor and driver. And Congress is yet to announce Kerala Chief Minister. Key Congress MLA meet at around 1 p.m. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are receiving from West Bengal, from Kolkata. And after election drubbing, this is Mamata Banerjee going to court, and that too in black robes. Now, Mamata claims that she will argue election violence cases in court, and Mamata can be seen inside the court also. We'll show you the visuals also. Mamata is inside the court now and claims she will argue as a lawyer. And the CM, who presided over political violence, argues against violence. So this is very big, which is happening right now as we speak. This is Mamata Banerjee. She is in court and she is wearing the black robe. This is Mamata Banerjee saying that she will argue the election violence in the court, wearing the black robe. That is the dress of the lawyer, the robe that the lawyers wear. And this is Mamata. After election drubbing, she is in court, and the discussion will be on the political violence. So the CM, who presided over political violence, argues against violence. All right, Harsha is with me for more details in the story. Harsha, what is the latest that you are fetching? We're getting to know that Mamata claims that she will be arguing election violence cases in court now.
Yes, Shivam, but this is not the first time, Shivam. We all remember how it happened in Supreme Court when the matter regarding the SIR was being argued in the Supreme Court, the highest court of the country, and that in that court also Mamata Banerjee argued her case on the SIR and the issues pertaining to the West Bengal. And there's a second time we are looking at Mamata Banerjee wearing the black robe, the lawyer's robe, which actually the lawyers wear while arguing inside the court. Mamata Banerjee, the TMC, filed the petition in the Calcutta High Court regarding the vandalism and the post-poll violence which took place in 2026 during and after the election. And Mamata Banerjee has stated that she will be arguing the entire case herself. There are not 1, 2, but almost 25 to 30 registered matter in the PIL, which has been stated in front of the Calcutta High Court, which Mamata Banerjee is stating that it was staged and it was planned and hatched by Bharatiya Janata Party itself, including the murder of the Chandranath Rath, the PA of Shivendu Adhikari. So Mamata Banerjee has been stating that all the PILs have been combined and presented in front of the Calcutta High Court. It has been submitted, and Mamata Banerjee from the side of the TMC will be arguing the case of vandalism and the post-poll violence in the Calcutta High Court today herself. The matter began, Shivam, at around 10 o'clock in the morning at Calcutta High Court. The case was listed for 10 o'clock. A bench of the senior judges are right now, hearing the case regarding the post-poll violence, and the argument being put forth by the outgoing Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee herself. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot for the details on this. So she is Mamata Banerjee, and after losing big time in elections, she is now in a lawyer's robe, and she says that she will be fighting the case by her own. She will be arguing in the court. Now, let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now from Tamil Nadu. Now, after Udayanidhi, now TVK MLA says that we have entered field to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. This is S. Mustafa, TVK MLA on Sanatan. He said, we also have a Periyar and Ambedkar. We have entered the field only to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. So this is the opposition. As you can see, now earlier it was just the DMK, and now you have the TVK MLA also who wants to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. Earlier it was the Stalin who used to say that he used to compare Sanatan Dharma with dengue malaria, and he wanted an eradication of the Sanatan Dharma, and now he's getting support from the TVK MLA S. Mustafa, and shockingly there is no big reaction from the TVK itself on the kind of statement that has been made by S. Mustafa, who is a TVK MLA, and his comment, shocking comment and a disgraceful comment on Sanatan. And while he claims that we also have Periyar and Ambedkar, that's a separate thing, but they want the eradication of Sanatan Dharma. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Sanatan Dharma is Hindu Dharma, and so do they want to eradicate Sanatanis? Do they want to eradicate Hindus, the Hindu religion? That's the big question that is everybody wants to know right now. Big breaking news development on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. TVK MLA S. Mustafa sparks controversy now, and after Udayanidhi, you have now another this time a TVK MLA on Sanatan, just after a very big victory in elections. Now, people will be upset on the kind of statements that have been made. All right, let's move on to Sharda for more details on the story. Sharda, the government has changed, but the stand of the MLA, it is a shocking stand for each and everyone. He also wants the eradication of Sanatan Dharma. What is the latest that you are fetching on it?
Well, day before yesterday in the assembly, when Udayanidhi Stalin stated that eradication of Sanatana Dharma is required, the TVK stayed silent. However, the TVK MLA from the Madurai Central, Mustafa, speaking to the media, said that it is very necessary to eradicate Sanatana Dharma from the state of Tamil Nadu. But meanwhile, other TVK leaders came to claim that they are secular and that their party is secular and they are not against any particular religion. Minister Kirtana from the cabinet of the TVK, speaking to the public, openly stated that the party is for all the people, for all religion, and that they are not targeting one particular religion, and stated that Udayanidhi Stalin's statement came at a time when the DMK's thought and how the party's ideology are based at and not on what the TVK is for. They claimed that TVK party is not secular just for the minorities of the state of Tamil Nadu, but also to all the people who follow any religion in the state of Tamil Nadu. But now Mustafa's comment saying that eradication of Sanatana Dharma is necessary is creating a lot of stir in the Tamil Nadu, while TVK leaders are yet to form the proper cabinet, because the floor test just happened yesterday. The rest of the ministers and also the announcement of the cabinet ministry and the rest of the people are to be announced. This comes at a time when TVK will now face a lot of trouble for the comment that's been made by Mustafa MLA.
All right, Sharda, stay with us. We also have a reaction coming in from BJP, Shehzad Poonawala's reaction. Let's listen to it first.
So the mask is finally off. TVK MLA S. Mustafa says that we have also entered the field only to eradicate Sanatan Hindu. First, it was Udayanidhi Stalin who said Sanatan should be eradicated, then Congress supported him. 3 years ago also, Udayanidhi Stalin had said this. At that time, Congress had supported him. Congress MLA also said that Sanatan needs to be removed from Tamil Nadu. Hindus should be removed from Tamil Nadu. And now this statement has been reiterated by TVK, who claims to be secular. This shows that this entire bunch is a Hindu Virodhi bunch. Whether it's Congress, DMK, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress or TVK, they all believe that Hindu ka karo apman, taki mile vote bank ki dukaan, they are actually nafrat ke bhaijaan.
All right, so their reactions have started coming from the BJP also. Now, Sharda, this is not the first time that DMK is making such a statement, and after that, TVK also comes into the picture, and now they also want to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. If you can put this into perspective over the time of a period of time, the kind of statements which have been made by Udayanidhi Stalin, A. Raja, and now you have a TVK MLA this time, Sharda. Over to you.
Well, the first time that Udayanidhi Stalin spoke about Sanatana Dharma was 2 years back. He said that Sanatana Dharma is like mosquito and dengue and they have to eradicate it. Following that, multiple DMK leaders, including MK Stalin, A. Raja, Ponmudi, K. Nehru, all spoke about eradicating Sanatana Dharma. But it was the DMK that had the Ministry for HRNC and the Hindu religious endowments. They had a separate department in the ministry to develop Hindu religions and charitable endorsements in temples. But the same DMK was the one which stopped the lighting of the lamp on the Tirupurakuntram hill, which did become a huge issue in the state of Tamil Nadu. We saw the case going on in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court for almost 3 months, and the punishment was also given to the collector. There was detention. There's a lot of issues that were created for not lighting the lamp. The case still continues to go on not listening to Judge Swaminathan's, but later it was finally revealed that the DMK should not stand against the Tirupurakuntram Deepam hill lit, and the verdict has now been given that the lamp can be lit on top of the hill. So this is not new for the DMK, because they have been constantly pointing out Sanatana Dharma and Hindu religion should not be followed. Multiple sentiments of the Hindu people were hurt, and BJP has constantly pointing out how the DMK family constantly speaks about eradicating Sanatana Dharma. Meanwhile, TVK, which claimed to be secular, which claimed that there will not be any separation between Christian, Muslims or Hindus in the state of Tamil Nadu, Now the statement coming from a TVK MLA will create a lot of stir, while the people are yet to settle in with the new government and the new ministry that's been taking place. TVK leader has asked for 6 months' time, but even before
Sharda,
set up,
stay with us. We have also reactions coming in. Also now Charu Pragya joins us to speak on this issue. Charu, a shocking remark earlier. It was just the DMK, and now TVK MLA also wants the eradication of Sanatan Dharma. Your take on that?
It's really sad because, the other day when that comment about Sanatan Dharma was made on the floor of the assembly, I still had that one shred of hope. I thought that let the DMK go on and on about whatever they want to say. At the end of the day, people have weeded them out of Tamil Nadu, and fingers crossed this new government is going to prioritize other things. But isn't it so unfortunate? The leader of opposition talks about this, and now the party in power also has MLAs echoing this very same sentiment, and this seems to be their priority in Tamil Nadu. After being elected to power, the first day in assembly, this is what the discussion comes down to. It is absolutely, I don't even have words. I don't know how bad to call this entire situation, because compare it to the first day of government in West Bengal, where positive decisions for the people of the state were taken, where decisions regarding national security and the health of people were taken. And come back to Tamil Nadu, what focus? Eradicating a dharma, a civilization which has stood there for thousands of years. And this is coming at a time when we've been celebrating the Somnath Paz, when we are saying that we are a symbol of absolute resilience, and nobody, absolutely in this world, can beat down Hindus or Sanatanis.
Yeah, Charu, don't you think they have any impact or any fear of law and order? Earlier, the matter was also in the Supreme Court, and the observation was clear that a minister should understand the consequences of such statement. Charu.
Yes, you're absolutely right, because this also amounts to contempt of court. See, the court was very clear in saying that if you want to eradicate a particular religion or dharma, it also means that you want to eradicate people who follow that dharma. And this echoing of DMK sentiments by the newly elected MLA is deplorable.
Okay.
Because they have been elected on, the promises of good governance to make Tamil Nadu better. Instead, this is what they resort to doing.
All right, thanks a lot, Charu, for your take, for your insight on this. And now we also have C.R. Kesavan, BJP spokesperson, who is also joining us on a phone line to speak on this issue. C.R. Kesavan, I'll ask you the same question. Don't they have any fear of law and order situation? Don't they think about the consequences of the statements they make, especially when it comes to the Sanatan Dharma? What about the feelings of the Sanatanis, the Hindus living in India and abroad?
Good morning to you and your viewers. Strongly condemn this foul-mouthed, blasphemous remarks by the TVK MLA. It is the same poisonous politics of hate and prejudice, discriminatory language peddled by Rahul Gandhi, Udayanidhi Stalin, and the DMK. And one thing is that the courts have said this; they have condemned this as a hate speech before. That doesn't deter them, but more importantly, this is an insult to the faith and is a demeaning, derogatory attack on the, sentiments of crores of Hindu devotees. And I think the question is whether this is the opinion of the MLA and individual opinion, or the whole party reflects this diseased mindset. We have seen how the people rejected Rahul Gandhi for the past 3 Lok Sabha elections, and Rahul Gandhi mocked the sacred symbol. He boycotted the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Mandir, saying it's Nach Gana event. Same fate was, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin met when he was ignominiously ousted and routed by the Tamil people, because the DMK opposed the Kartikai Deepam, and Udayanidhi Stalin said he will destroy Sanatan Dharma, and then they were so parochial that the DMK CM never used to wish the people of Tamil Nadu on Deepavali. And a sitting MP said, Hinduism is not a menace to India but to the entire world. See the fate which befell the DMK. So one thing which the TVK has to understand is that the 8.5 crore people of Tamil Nadu, the state symbol of Tamil Nadu, has a temple Gopuram. And if they go on to flagrantly abuse the insult and the faith and sentiments of a people, the people of Tamil Nadu will never forget nor forgive these people for the blasphemy they're committing.
All right, Sir Keswan, thanks a lot for your comment on this. But this time they should not get away after making such statements against Sanatan Dharma. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are fetching, and this comes from Kerala. Kerala Congress CM suspense is set to end today. That's the big question, because meeting is underway at Kharge's Delhi residence, and Kerala CM suspense goes on. And fetching more details, and Suryakant Dasmana, Ajay Makan, Mukul Vasnik and Deepa Das will be in Kerala by 4 p.m. for today. The team will speak to the MLAs in the meeting, and Jairam Ramesh is in the house of Kharge. So will the suspense end today or not? That's the big question. Will it be KC Venugopal or VD Satishan? That's also the big question now. Shankar is live with us on the latest, what's happening in Kerala. Shankar, earlier we saw the kind of protests against Rahul Gandhi, that Wayanad will become Amethi, next Amethi for Rahul Gandhi. And there's discontent, and the Congress workers are pretty upset over the name of KC Venugopal over VD Satishan. But what is the latest that you are fetching? Will there be a final decision today, or will have to wait for another day?
No, still the suspense over the CM post still continues in Kerala. But as per the current developments, we can expect a name soon. It will be most probably in favor of VD Satishan, as KC Venugopal will not be joining with the AICC team who is traveling to Kerala at around 1 p.m. from Delhi, and the flight will reach at 4 p.m. here in Kerala. And the AICC team, including Suryakant, Ajay Makan, Mukul Vasnik and Deepa Das Munshi, all will be reaching here to meet all the 63 Congress MLAs. And the meeting is scheduled for making them understand the procedures which were followed for the last 11 days to fix the CM. As after the results were announced, the High Command was in a vigorous task to fix the CM. In the initial days, the name of KC Venugopal was heard, and later the protests erupted across Kerala in favor of VD Satishan. And even as you said, in Wayanad DCC office, posters were appeared warning Rahul Gandhi and even Priyanka Gandhi, if the decision is against VD Satishan, that the Congress workers want them not to come to Kerala or Wayanad again, seeking votes in the next Lok Sabha elections, as this Wayanad constituency was a safe haven for Rahul Gandhi and the current MP Priyanka Gandhi when the Congress party was facing some setbacks in the national level. So these posters and the protests which were erupted across Kerala provided a clear warning to the AICC leadership, and due to this, the AICC was forced to change its decision. And even today morning, a meeting was held between Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal, and it seems Rahul Gandhi was trying to convince KC Venugopal of the consequences if his name is announced for the CM post. Now, VD Satishan and Ramesh Chennithala have been asked to reach KPCC office by around 1 p.m. and they will soon reach there. VD Satishan is on the way, and Ramesh Chennithala will soon leave for KPCC office in a couple of minutes. And at 1 p.m. the Congress MLAs will meet, and at 4 p.m. the AICC team from Delhi will reach here, and they will also meet the MLAs, including VD Satishan and Ramesh Chennithala. KC will remain Delhi, and that clearly indicates the fact that the KC Venugopal's name is not in the final list. The names, even there is a chance for Ramesh Chennithala as well. We cannot ignore that the High Command may fully ignore him, but there is a chance for Ramesh Chennithala as well. But the recent developments, we can, in short, we can clearly say that the recent political developments in Kerala forced AICC to recommend VD Satishan for the post.
So the wait continues. The wait continues. Shankar, thanks a lot for the latest updates on that, and we'll have to wait and watch. More than 10 days have passed since they have won the elections, and now they are in another election, the competition of selecting the Chief Minister. Now it's time to slip into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere, because we have a lot more lined up. Coming up after the break is high-stakes bilateral in China. Beijing and Washington discuss key trade and global issues. Coming up next.
ये ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये इनजस्टिस, ये कॉन्स्पिरेसीज, ये मैनिपुलेशन, अगर आप इसको टेररिज्म नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन. इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे. दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pump.
Coming up after the break, high-stakes bilateral in China, Beijing and Washington discuss key trade and global issues.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Trump receives grand welcome by Xi Jinping at China's Great Hall of People. Trump, greeted with fanfare by Chinese students, receives Tri-Services Guard of Honor. High-stakes bilateral in China, Beijing and Washington to discuss key trade and global issues. CBI arrests 5 accused in multi-state crackdown in connection with NEET paper leak scandal. Government bans sugar export with immediate effect till September 30. Woman gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. Delhi police arrest bus conductor and driver. Congress yet to announce Kerala Chief Minister. Key Congress MLA meet at 1 p.m. today. Viewers, we begin this bulletin with a major story developing from West Bengal. Vande Mataram song has been made compulsory in all of the schools in the state of West Bengal. The first major directive given by Suvendu Adhikari as he assumes office as Chief Minister. And now Vande Mataram has been made compulsory in all of the schools in West Bengal. The national anthem to be followed by the Vande Mataram. This is a big breaking coming in West Bengal as Suvendu Adhikari assumes office of Chief Minister. A big development in West Bengal as the Vande Mataram song has been made compulsory in all of the schools of the state of West Bengal. The song will be played after the national anthem. This is a major step in the BJP-led Suvendu Adhikari's government and a big directive coming from the state government as he assumes office just days before, and one key directive coming in from the Bengal government as of now, that Vande Mataram song has now been made a compulsory in all of the schools of the state of West Bengal. The song Vande Mataram will be followed by the national anthem will be followed by the Vande Mataram. Now, this has been made compulsory. Right now, viewers, now I'm joined by my colleague Harsha to give us more information in this particular story. Harsha, very good afternoon to you. And a big directive given from the West Bengal Chief Minister, from the West Bengal government, in fact, Vande Mataram to be made compulsory now in all of the schools. What's the latest? And give us all of the details that you've gathered so far. Harsha.
See, after it came in the parliament, it became compulsory for all these states. Most of the states have already applied this, have implemented this in their schools, school education and the higher education schools as well. But in West Bengal, it was not implemented. So Suvendu Adhikari had directed the higher education and the school department that the notification should be issued as early as possible. That during the assemblies after national anthem, Vande Mataram has to be followed. Vande Mataram should be implemented, and that has been ordered to all the schools, all the higher education and the senior secondary education, primary education as well. In fact, the headmasters of the school have also been conveyed regarding the Vande Mataram to be followed by national anthem to tell to all our viewers that it is already being done in most of the BJP-ruled states and the NDA-ruled states. But in West Bengal, it was not implemented by Mamata Banerjee. She outrightly was against this, against this implementation of Vande Mataram. She clearly stated that national anthem and the Bengali Asmita songs are already there in the assemblies in these schools. So Vande Mataram is not necessary. This was said by Mamata Banerjee earlier. But today, a directive has been issued to all these schools and the headmasters that Vande Mataram should be followed by national anthem in the school assemblies. And from tomorrow, we'll be looking at this in all these schools. Back to you.
That's right. Thank you for all of the information, Harsha. We will get back to you very shortly with more stories developing in West Bengal. Thank you so much for joining. And now, viewers, we will move on to another story now. Again, from Tamil Nadu, a sensational claim made by a man arrested. Well, this is in regards to the case with the NEET leak case. A sensational claim has been made by the man arrested by the CBI in the NEET leak case. Arrested NEET cheats claim that big names are being shielded. Sensational claim that has been put forward by those that have been arrested, saying that some of the big names are shielded. We know so far this has now transpired into a multi-state racket, that the NEET leak has been even multi-state, many other states even linked in the NEET cheats so far. And now one of the arrested have even said that big names are being shielded in this investigation, with more and more coming out with as the investigations continue. Now we are getting reports that some of the big names are in fact shielded, made by arrested, one of the arrested saying that the NEET cheats, saying that some of the names, big names, are now being shielded, hinting at the possibility of this whole racket being organized even in the higher-ups. And there are still no names as of now, but this is one of the claims that has been given by one of the arrested after the investigation has been taken over by the CBI. This is in regards to the NEET cheats, the NEET question paper leak case. As investigations continue, more and more informations are coming out with regards to those responsible. So far, many arrests have been made. At least 5 have been named so far. And now one of the arrested person has said that big names are being shielded. Who are these people remains the big question. But these are some of the claims that are being made with regards to the NEET cheat, with regards to the NEET question leak case so far. I'm now joined. Right, this is one of the major claim, even a sensational claim even, that we can take, that big names are being shielded. Who are shielding them and who is being shielded? Right, I'm now joined by my colleague Shambhavi, who has been tracking this story in great detail. Shambhavi, this is a very big sensational claim made by one of the arrested, saying that big names are being shielded. Who is shielding them? Why are they not being named? There has to be some responsibility, some accountability that has to be fixed with regards to the whole matter that has rocked the nation. Shambhavi.
Well, after the 24 arrests have been made approximately, and more than 135 people have been questioned, several arrests, be it the BJP worker Dinesh Dinwar, or his brother for that matter, or Rakesh Mandavaria, who was detained from Uttarakhand. There was another individual who was detained from Nasik as well. Saurabh was also detained. They are all set to be produced in court after one-day remand today. But apart from all these names, apparently there are some big names which are being shielded, as you can very clearly hear it in the video, कि बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, which means that big names are being shielded. Big people who were involved in this entire NEET leak case, NEET paper leak case, are being shielded, and they are not being held accountable for that matter. And from what we can gather from this account is that these are all just might be the little or insignificant people who were involved in leaking the paper. The main people, which is also the point of investigation for CBI, as a matter of fact, CBI is trying to get to the bottom of the fact that where did this paper leak start from? What is the trail? What is the money flow? What is how did the funds flow? From which account was it deposited? Where did this actually start? Because there's several claims being made that it started from Pune. The other claims being made it started from Nasik. The other claims being made that it started from Kerala. Some reports claim that it was leaked through a printing press. Some reports claim that a person named Saurabh started this entire thing, and it gave the question papers to a lot of students. Another point which is being investigated by CBI, again in this account as well, that which big names are being shielded in this matter, is how did this paper reach Rajasthan as well? Which big names in Rajasthan were involved? As you've been reporting constantly and bringing our viewers the latest updates from the case, we know that this person named Yash Yadav was the one who is related to Dinesh Dinwar and Vikas Dinwar in some way. And they got the paper from Yash Yadav from Gurgaon. And then they went and brought this paper to Rajasthan. And around 4 or 5 students of their family have already cleared NEET as one of the most difficult papers in India, has been cleared by around 4 students of the same family. Now this stands a little bit of a too much of a coincidence, as we can say. But definitely, as we know that there are some huge names which are being shielded, which are being protected, and all these arrests that have been made, there are just some not so significant people who are being arrested on the lower level. There are some high-level people involved. For a paper like NEET to be leaked and for it to be a multi-state network, this definitely must involve a lot of people. Back to you.
That's right. Thank you so much for all of that input, Shambhavi. We will get back to you very shortly with more details emerging. And now, viewers, we will move on to another story. A shocking incident. Stray dog menace. A 4-year-old has been mauled by a pack of 6 dogs. The child has been sustaining life-threatening injuries in this attack. And the child was attacked, in fact, by 6 stray dogs in Maharashtra's Bid area. Residents now demand strict measures to control the stray dog population in the state. In the latest escalation, in the latest incident of stray dog attacks, now you are seeing there on your screens, a 4-year-old child has been mauled and severely injured now by a pack of 6 stray dogs. This has again raised the question of a conservation and control mechanism, in fact, for the stray dogs in the state of Maharashtra. This took place in the Maharashtra Bid region, in the area where a 4-year-old has been mauled by a pack of 6 stray dogs. The child has received severe injuries due to this incident and is being taken care of, taking treatment as of now. And that on your screens, you're seeing the child even being dragged by the dogs. And so far, we are getting reports that the child has, in fact, been severely injured in this case. And this has again raised the question, and the focus shifted back to stray dogs management and a control of stray dogs population in the state of Maharashtra in the latest incident of stray dogs attack. Right, and now, viewers, we move on to another story, a major suspense that's been brewing in Kerala regarding the Chief Minister's appointment and announcement. The Kerala Congress Chief Minister suspense. There is question if it is set to end today with a meeting underway at Kharge's Delhi residence. The Kerala Chief Minister suspense has been drawn on for too long now. This Suryakant Dashmana, Ajay Makan, Mukul Vasnik and Deepa Das will be in Kerala by 4 p.m. today after the meeting, and the team will speak to all of the MLAs in the meeting. Jairam Ramesh is also in Kharge's house in participating in the meeting. There are reports that there could be an announcement of the name of the Kerala Chief Minister today. This is coming in 10 days after the poll results have been announced and Congress emerged, the UDF emerged as the majority party and still unable to name a Kerala Chief Minister, with some infighting surfacing right now. And after this meeting today at Kharge's residence, the leaders, some of the Kerala Congress committee leaders will be back in Kerala by around 4 p.m. And there are reports that a name is likely to be announced today, ending the suspense after 10 days. This is the latest development that we are getting. I'm now joined by my colleague Shankar from Kerala. So far, there has been 10 days has gone by without a particular Chief Minister's name. Do you think at this point today, by the 4 p.m. meeting, we will see a name being announced as the Chief Minister of Kerala?
Yes, even before 4 p.m., maybe at around 12 noon, the ACC is going to announce the much awaited name of the next and the 30th Kerala CM, which would be most probably will come in favor of VD Satishan, because the High Command was in discussion with all the allies, senior Congress leaders in Kerala and the other central ACC leaders. And finally, the AICC could reach a decision, and that is VD Satishan, and it will be most probably announced in a couple of minutes at the AICC headquarters. And in the meeting, AICC observers Ajay Makan, Mukul Vasnik, and Uttarakhand Senior Congress Leader Suryakant and Deepdas Munshi, who is the AICC General Secretary in charge of Kerala, will be participating. The participation of KC Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi is yet to be known whether they participate or not. And in the press conference, the much awaited name will be announced as we are standing in the house of Ramesh Chenithala. Now Ramesh Chenithala is in a conversation with Rahul Gandhi for the last 20 minutes. Rahul Gandhi conveyed the decision, the much awaited decision, to Ramesh Chenithala as well, and even its allies, Muslim League, Kerala Congress and the RSP also received the calls from the AICC Central Committee announcing the much awaited name, and I think all are happy with the decision, which is VD Satishan, with the decision reaching on VD Satishan, the allies Muslim League and RSP and Kerala Congress, the major allies of the UDS are happy that they finally received the name in favor of the candidate which they proposed to become the CM, and they were against the High Command's earlier plan to make KC Venugopal as a CM. KC Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi held a meeting today morning. Even till yesterday night, no decision was taken by the ACC High Command. Finally, yesterday night, Rahul Gandhi held a meeting with Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, and the three reached a consensus on who should be the Chief Minister, and it was later conveyed to Kharge, Jairam Ramesh and all, and finally all agreed on the particular name, which is VD Satish, and later the task of AIC was to announce the decision without much issues inside Kerala. As we all know, like in the last couple of days there were huge uproars, ruckus, and other kinds of protests, flexboard wars, and allegations, counter allegations, open fights, street fights, and everything will come to an end in a couple of minutes as the people in Kerala and the voters will get to know the much awaited name of who the Chief Minister would be in the coming minutes.
Right, and also, Shankar, will there be consensus if a name is announced today, and whoever that person, that Chief Minister might be, will there be consensus of all of the Congress MLAs?
Yes, the only problem is that, there are as many as 63 MLAs for the Congress party in the last assembly polls. 63 MLAs were newly elected. No, out of the 63 MLAs, 50 have been voted in favor of KC Venugopal in the last voting held. So they may make some uproar in the upcoming meeting, which is scheduled for 4 o'clock. So the task of the AICC central team, including Deepadas Munshi, Mughal Vasnik, Suryakant, Ajay Makan, and all, will be to convince these 50 MLAs who voted in favor of KC Venugopal. They have to explain in detail why the AICC had to reach a decision in favor of VD Satish, why they have to drop KC Venugopal from the final list. They have to convey how it is going to give a good fortune for the Kerala Congress party in the coming government. There will be protests from the allies and even from the people in the grassroots level against the decision to make KC Venugopal as the CM. So the High Command had no other option except choosing VD as the CM, and this has to be conveyed and convinced to all the 50 MLAs who voted for KC Venugopal. That will be the next task in front of the AICC now.
Right. And Shankar, we are also getting reports that an all party, not an all party, but an all MLA party, the Congress MLAs, there have been a meeting convened today as well. The KPCC have in fact called for all of the MLAs to be present in this meeting. Will you tell us what is that about? Is this regarding the naming of the announcement of the Chief Minister, and will that be happening? And also, are they seeking a unanimous consensus? Because will he be getting all the support of all of the MLAs of the Congress MLAs? Shankar.
Yes, even yesterday night, KPCC State President Sunny Joseph has summoned all MLAs to the KPCC office for a meeting at 1 p.m. That meeting will be chaired by KPCC State President Sunny Joseph, and even before the state central team, including the observers and Deepadas Munshi, reach Kerala, the Sunny Joseph will make the first attempt to pacify the MLAs who would make an uproar against the decision to make VD Satish as the CM. So most probably even the KC Venugopal was even asked by Rahul Gandhi in the morning to convince his supporters not to make any issue in the decision, and KC Venugopal was fully convinced of the decision, as he was a 2-hour meeting was held today, and even yesterday there was a meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi and all with KC Venugopal, and the sole intention of the meetings were to convince KC Venugopal not to create any issues and he was also given a task to speak to the concerned MLAs over the decision and not to create any issue. And KC Venugopal finally changed his mind. You all remember, like KC Venugopal, VD Sadishan and Ramesh Nithala came out after meeting Rahul Gandhi, stating that the future of the party and the party is of paramount importance, important for him, and he is not greedy of as chief minister or any other post in Kerala. Now his mind has been changed through the constant meetings with the AICC leadership, and this will also be conveyed to the MLAs who were supporting KC Venugopal, and it seems the sky is clear right now, and almost all the MLAs will accept the AICC decision, and it will be yet to know which MLAs would protest against it. Most probably there won't be any chance of protest in the coming day. Even though a decision was taken 2-3 days ago, they kept it on hold without announcing, as they had to, they told it in Hindi, Tanta hona do, I am not sure of that in the words, Tanda hona do, that the cooling period was given for all the MLAs to think about it and to accept the decision. And in the meantime, now all things came in favor of the AICC and then the Congress party in Kerala, and there won't be any uproar in the coming minutes when the announcement is made. We will move to the KPCC office in the coming minutes while the decision is announced. Almost all the 63 MLAs have already reached Kerala. VD Sadishan is on the way. Ramesh Nithala is in Trivandrum, and other MLAs are on the way. So KC Venugopal called each and every MLA from morning, and they all now prepared their mind to accept the decision taken by the AICC High Command now.
That's right. Thank you so much for all of that details, Shankar. And we will get in touch very shortly. And yeah, this is some of the latest that we are getting regarding the appointment or the announcement of the name of the Kerala Chief Minister. It has been 10 days since the announcement of the poll results, and we still do not have any name so far, but now reports emerge that a Chief Minister's name is very likely today, after top leader of the Congress have set a meeting, and a likely meeting again in Kerala at 4 p.m. And well, the suspense to end very soon with regards to the Kerala Chief Minister coming up next after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप.
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस।
यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के और कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12 p.m. Any minute now. Has VD Satishan edged out KC or KC Venugopal? That's KC Venugopal. KC Venugopal is the right-hand man of Rahul Gandhi. Has the ground support for VD Satishan edged out KC Venugopal? That's our focus. We'll go straight to the live pictures coming in from Delhi. Here are the headlines on the live report this afternoon.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
India takes more urgent measures. Export of sugar banned till the end of September. RBI Governor hints at a fuel price hike next. Talks about the shock being absorbed by oil companies. Says it may not last too long. Waited. It's been 10 days and KC Venugopal, the family man, KC, may be edged out by VD Satishan, the man on your screens. So-called secular party TVK openly joins DMK in attacking Hindus, says they have joined politics to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. NEET accused in custody of the CBI claims big names are being shielded in the NEET leak scandal. As the BRICS foreign ministers meeting gets underway in the national capital, Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov in Delhi meet Jaishankar. Woman gang raped in a moving bus in what is a rerun of the Nirbhaya episode. Driver and conductor arrested in the exact rerun of what happened in 2012. Trump is in China. He's looking extremely desperate to try and seek Chinese investment. Go straight. Okay, announcement being made by the Congress Party. Let's go straight. Congress Party is announcing the next chief ministerial candidate in Delhi. Top leaders are on stage. Let's cut across live.
ये सिर्फ घोषणा करेंगे, उसके बाद सवाल जवाब नहीं होगा। इनफॉर्मली हम बातचीत करेंगे, पर अभी घोषणा करने दीजिए क्योंकि इसका आपका इंतजार भी है।
Namaskar. The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7th, 2026 and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Kerala. Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP. Thank you so much.
Breaking news coming in. Just one line response from the Congress Party. They waited 10 days and they've ended all of that. And Satishan, V.D. Satishan has been named the Kerala leader of the legislative party in Kerala, which means they've cleared the decks. He's going to be the chief minister. Satishan beats KC. Shankar, it's official now.
Yes, it's official. Six-time MLA and without holding a minister post, V.D. Satishan has risen to the CM post with the announcement just has happened right now. When we take a look at the developments even from the local body elections and the assembly election, we could see how he was leading the United Democratic Front to success. You know, when in 2021 the party was facing a major debacle as a communist party came back to power for the second time ever in the history. As in the history of Kerala, every friend now was coming back to power. The people in Kerala has a tradition of voting the alternative front to power in every elections. But rewriting history for the first time, CPM came back to power, and from that pathetic position. It was V.D. Satishan who took the hem of the Congress party led United Democratic Front and took the party to success as it could emerge victorious with as many as 102 seats in the 140 assembly constituencies. Now the much awaited decision has come. The V.D. Satishan has become the Chief Minister of Kerala, and the official and the further procedures will also be formed. The Congress Legislative Party meeting will also be held, and we should understand one thing that is clear. AICC had a different decision, that was to appoint K.C. Venugopal. Yes, AICC.
CLP meeting has been postponed, sir. Any announcement on Deputy CM, sir, from IUML or something? Yes. Sir, any update on further, sir? Announcement.
I will have a press conference later.
Okay.
Rahul Gandhi Rahul Gandhi ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓമന നേതാവേ പിടി സതീശ നേതാവേ കേരള മുഖ്യ പിടി സതീശ നേതാവേ അങ്ങേക്കായിരം അഭിവാദ്യങ്ങൾ എഴുതിയ ജീവനിലെഴുതിയ ആയിരം അഭിവാദ്യങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓമന നേതാവേ കേരള മുഖ്യ നേതാവേ
Okay, those are pictures of the celebrations that have broken out instantly outside the home of V.D. Satishan. Obviously, the supporters of V.D. Satishan all charged up. He's the ground man. He's the strong man. He's the man whose leadership took the Congress party into the elections in Kerala. It was under his leadership that the Congress party not just conducted, went into the elections and contested these elections in Kerala, but also came out on top. The face is that of V.D. Satishan. He's the leader. K.C. Venugopal was trying to, they were going to parrot drop him. They were going to parrot drop him as the Chief Minister. High Command wanted him as the Chief Minister. He was not the people's candidate, but the High Command candidate. But eventually, the Congress party has had to give in to the mood of the workers on the ground. It is going to be V.D. Satishan. And I think it's telling, that somewhere the Congress party has learned that lesson that you can't really always play games, go against the mood on the ground. Can't always follow the diktats of the High Command, isn't it, Shankar? Look at the mood on the ground. The celebrations are coming in. People are happy. Hopefully, this all ends well, because even the allies of the Congress in the UDF wanted Satishan as the Chief Minister.
Yes, there is a common talk here that the AICC was going against the ground reality in Kerala, and finally the people in Kerala, the voters in Kerala, the Congress party workers in the grassroots level had to teach the AICC a lesson, and finally they rectified the AICC, and the AICC has to change the decision, and it has been around 11 days after the votes were counted, and of these 11 days, till the 6th or 7th day, the AICC was in a decision to appoint K.C. Venugopal as the Chief Minister, and the AICC was kept on telling that K.C. Venugopal had an upper hand. You know, as many as 50 MLAs backed him. He held ministerial positions in the central and the state governments. He was a Rajya Sabha MP, he was a Lok Sabha MP, and he had a number of positive qualities. But on the other hand, the ground reality, which nothing could have surpassed the ground reality and the mood of the common man in Kerala. As they all say, when I went to the KPCC office 2 days ago, the Congress party workers were saying they are unable to face the voters. As you know, the V.D. Satishan, the man who led the UTF in the last couple of years, and in the meantime there were 4 by-elections, and in all the 4 by-elections the Congress party could emerge victorious in a huge margin, and even then the trend was witnessed, and in the last local body elections the V.D. Satishan devised several strategies and held meetings with so many of its allies, RSP, Muslim League, Kerala Congress, and even there are allies who he planned to make some other allies as well to join the Congress party, and his wisdom, political wisdom, it was the only key reason why the UDF could come back to power after remaining without power for the last 10 years. And after the announcement, the K.C. Venugopal faction created some sort of developed some sort of tactics to become the Chief Minister of Kerala, but the people in Kerala were not willing to accept that. They say V.D. Satishan deserved the CM post, as they know how much hard he had worked throughout these 4 years for taking the party to the shore of success, and finally the much awaited decision has come from the High Command, but it is not over. Now the K.C. Venugopal faction and Ramesh Chennithala factions should also be of the 63 MLAs, 50 among them supported K.C. Venugopal, and they should should change their mind in favor of V.D. Satishan. Only then V.D. Satishan can have 5 years of smooth governance in the coming days. So Rahul Gandhi, as I told earlier, of the 11 days, the initial 6 days were in favor of K.C. Venugopal, and the protests developed across Kerala, and there were flex wars, open street fights, and even there were posters affixed on the walls of Wayanad DCC office warning Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi not to come to Kerala again, seeking votes in the next assembly elections. As you know, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were taking refuge at Wayanad Assembly constituency when the Congress party was facing a major setback in the national level. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka won with a stunning margin of 1 lakh votes from Wayanad. So the people in Wayanad were unhappy over the delay in taking CM despite winning at a stunning majority. And days ago there was fluxes asking, urging and warning Rahul and Priyanka, you are not going to win anywhere in Kerala if the National Congress Party workers drop you. You had an option here in Kerala, but you forget it. You will not be able to win here again because you are forgetting the ground reality and the mood of a common Congress men in Kerala. So Rahul Gandhi soon called senior leaders in Kerala, A.K. Antony, V.M. Sudhir and P.J. Kurian and several of the senior leaders to understand the pulse in Kerala, and they all conveyed to him clearly that the trend and the verb is not in favor of K.C. Venugopal, and the AICC must understand the ground reality. Even the UDF allies, Muslim League, RSP and Kerala Congress also warned during the conversation with Rahul Gandhi, if you take a decision other than V.D. Satishan, the consequences the Congress party is going to face in the coming days will be horrible, and nothing, no saving measure, no life-saving measures, nothing could ever be able to bring Congress party from the big trouble the party is going to face if a decision is taken other than VD Sadishan. So now the much awaited decision has come. Rahul Gandhi had clearly asked KC Venugopal to speak to each and every MLA. You know, there was also a tactic played by KC Venugopal during the time when the election. Ramesh Chennithala and all send the list of candidates to the High Command for the assembly polls. It was KC Venugopal who rejected all the some among the names and filled his supporters in the candidates.
Be with me, because Shankar, I have Mr. Sudhiran, VM Sudhiran of the Congress Party. He's been a very senior leader and a former KPCC president as well. Mr. Sudhiran, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Are you there, sir?
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. So this is a great decision. I think this is what your party workers wanted on the ground. So is all well now? That ends well?
The decision of the Congress High Command is the most appropriate decision, and this will do justice to these strong sentiments of the masses as well as the majority Congress workers. I think Sadishan, since he has taken his charge of the leader of the opposition, he has been campaigning, he has been working, he has been coordinating all sections of the UDF along with the Congress party, and the misdeed of the government has been exposed. And he has taken an ideological stand against the communal forces. And he followed the most secular position of Congress party, and he has been doing justice to all sections, all secular forces, all people who believes in justice and the progress of Kerala. They massively supported Sadishan, and I hope Sadishan will lead Kerala to a most progressive as well as developed states.
Sir, but I want to ask you, what is this thing about trying to paradrop a candidate, for example? I know you may have good relations with KC Venugopal, but why does this often happen in the Congress, that there is always one candidate who the High Command pushes? Do you think somewhere this time the message has gone out that you can't really do that all the time?
You see, KC Venugopal is just like my younger brother. It is because of I vacated Alleppey Parliament seat. He have got a chance to contest from Alleppey and become a member of Parliament. And we have been maintaining good relations. And Chennithala also is a senior person, senior leader, most acceptable leader. But Sadishan is the most appropriate candidate, and selecting Sadishan, All India Congress Committee leaders has done justice to Sadishan, not only Sadishan but
ോടെയാണ് വൻ ഭൂരിപക്ഷം നൽകി UDF അധികാരത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. 102 അംഗ ഭൂരിപക്ഷം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സമകാലീന ചരിത്രത്തിൽ ഇല്ലാത്തതായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ ജനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതീക്ഷകൾക്കനുസരിച്ച് ഒരു സർക്കാർ കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടാകും, UDFന്റെ സർക്കാർ. ആ സർക്കാർ നയിക്കുന്ന മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിക്കും ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനും മുന്നോട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവിധ പിന്തുണയും വാഗ്ദാനം ചെയ്യുന്നു. മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയായി പാർട്ടി ഹൈക്കമാൻഡ് നിയമിച്ച ശ്രീ VD സതീശനെ അങ്ങേയറ്റം ഹൃദയം തുറന്ന് അഭിനന്ദിക്കാൻ ഈ സന്ദർഭം ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് എല്ലാവിധ പിന്തുണയും വാഗ്ദാനം ചെയ്യും. അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ഇനി പ്രസക്തിയില്ല. ഞാൻ നിങ്ങൾ ആദ്യമേ പറയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ ഡൽഹിയിലെ പത്രക്കാർ നിങ്ങളിവിടെ വന്ന് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോഴൊക്കെ ഹൈക്കമാൻഡ് തീരുമാനിക്കും. തീരുമാനം എന്തായാലും പാർട്ടി പ്രവർത്തക നിലയിൽ അത് ശിരസാ വഹിക്കും. ഇതല്ലേ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളൂ. ഇന്ന് വരെ വേറെ ഒന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഹൈക്കമാൻഡ് ഇന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചു. ആ തീരുമാനം ശിരസാ വഹിക്കുന്നു. ആ തീരുമാനം നടപ്പിലാക്കേണ്ടതിന്റെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നിൽക്കാനാണ് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെന്താ സംശയം അവിടെ? എന്താ സംശയം? ഞാൻ അടിയുറച്ച കോൺഗ്രസ്സുകാരനാണ്. ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഞാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട്, മുമ്പേ പറയാറുണ്ട്, എന്താണ് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ആഗ്രഹം എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട്, ത്രിവർണ്ണ പതാക പുതപ്പിച്ച് മരിക്കണം എന്നാണ് ആഗ്രഹം. അത് തന്നെ ഇപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ പറയുന്നു. അതിനകത്ത് ഗവൺമെൻറ് എല്ലാവിധ പിന്തുണയും കൊടുക്കും. അത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നതിനുള്ള മറ്റുള്ള എല്ലാ സഹായങ്ങളും എൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തുണ്ടാവും.
Support to the new government. All support to the new government led by VD Satish, to be led by.
മറുപടി പറയേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഇത് പല സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലും ഇത്തരം തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്ന ആളാണ് ഞാൻ. നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാമല്ലോ, കർണാടകത്തിലായാലും തെലങ്കാനയിലായാലും ഹിമാചലിലായാലും ഇത്തരം തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നവരാണ്. കേരളമായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തിൽ മാറിയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തെ പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും അംഗീകരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു കോൺഗ്രസ് പ്രവർത്തകൻ ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. നേതൃത്വം എല്ലാ വശങ്ങളും ആലോചിച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും തീരുമാനമെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവുക. നേതൃത്വത്തിന് പല പാരാമീറ്റേഴ്സും ഉണ്ടാവും തീരുമാനമെടുക്കാൻ. ആ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കുന്നതനുസരിച്ച് അവർ ആ തീരുമാനമെടുത്തു. അല്ല, ആ തീരുമാനം അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് അവർ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കും എന്നുള്ളതിന് സംശയമില്ല. അങ്ങനെ എടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്.
No, he accepts the High Command decision. That's what he says.
അതൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. കോൺഗ്രസിനെ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ആർക്കും പറ്റൂല.
There won't be any issue for the government. You will support.
അല്ല, അതിപ്പം വേട്ടയാടിനെ കുറിച്ചൊന്നും ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന അതൊക്കെ എനിക്ക് പ്രത്യേകിച്ചിട്ട് പാർട്ടിക്ക് ഉപരിയായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമേജ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ. പാർട്ടിയാണ് എനിക്കെല്ലാം.
Party is everything for him. Nothing beyond the party.
പാർട്ടി പ്രവർത്തകന് വേദന ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ
nothing beyond party.
പാർട്ടിക്ക് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് ജനങ്ങളും പാർട്ടിയോടൊപ്പം നിൽക്കാൻ എന്നും ആഗ്രഹിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തകനാണ് ഞാൻ. അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്നെ അങ്ങനെ സൈബർ ഇടങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ആക്ഷേപിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് ഞാൻ സഹിച്ചോളാം. അതിനകത്തെന്താ? അതൊക്കെ തന്നെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ് രാഷ്ട്രീയം. കഴിഞ്ഞ 40-45 വർഷമായാലും ഒരു സുപ്രഭാതത്തിൽ മുളച്ചു വീണതാണ്.
I started politics 45 years ago.
അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് എവിടെയെങ്കിലും വെച്ച് ശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള കടന്നാക്രമണത്തിൽ ഭയന്നോടുന്നവരാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാം. ആക്രമിക്കട്ടെ, ഇനിയും ആക്രമിക്കട്ടെ. അവർക്ക് ആക്രമിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് അത് സധൈര്യം തുടരാം. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ തീരുമാനം വളരെ ക്ലിയറാണ്. പാർട്ടിയാണ് വലുത്, ജനങ്ങളാണ് വലുത്. ആ തീരുമാനത്തിനനുസരിച്ച് എൻ്റെ പാർട്ടി ലീഡർഷിപ്പിനെ കുറിച്ച് എനിക്ക് അഭിമാനം ചെയ്യും.
മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയാവണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് അങ്ങ് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയാകണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഫ്ലക്സ് വെച്ചവരുണ്ട്. അവരൊക്കെ ഒരുപക്ഷെ നിരാശയിലാണ്. അവരോട് എന്താണ് അങ്ങേക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്?
അവർക്ക് എൻ്റെ ശൈലി അവർക്ക് നന്നായിട്ട് അടിയുറച്ച പാർട്ടിക്കാരാണ്. എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്, ഈ തീരുമാനം അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നതിനും മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നതിനും അവരെല്ലാവരും കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാകണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാനായിട്ടുള്ളത്.
പാർട്ടിക്കുപരിയായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമേജ് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായതായിട്ട് കണക്കാക്കപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. എങ്കിലും അങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് ചോദിക്കാതെ
ലീഗിന്റെ സമ്മർദ്ദം
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് എനിക്ക്.
Okay, so that was KC Venugopal there speaking in Delhi minutes after his party named VD Satishan as the Chief Minister of Kerala. And with that, of course, the Congress, after waiting for 10 days, has managed to make up his mind. But ladies and gentlemen, I think the biggest takeaway is that the Congress party can't just drop candidates. The biggest takeaway is that the workers, the grassroots workers, and the people who do the hard work will have to be acknowledged. And High Command can't just drop candidates. That seems to be the biggest takeaway. Taking a break here, coming back with all the breaking news updates here on Republic. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये सब RSS का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है. But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this is not the next pandemic. This is not the next epidemic. This is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. Well, investigators are still nailing down exactly what's going on. They're still doing genomic sequencing to understand if there's mutations. They're still looking at the cases and when they happened and what exposures they had. There's still a lot of stuff to be ironed out before people.
For now, health experts say there is no reason for panic. But the outbreak has reopened questions scientists thought were already answered. Questions grow as world watches closely.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. VD Satishan is selected as the CM of Kerala. The government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th of September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says that government may eventually have to raise the fuel prices if the Middle East crisis continues. After DMK's Udayanidhi Stalin, DVK MLA Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused of the NEET paper leak case alleges that big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi took part in the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. A woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. Two people have been arrested in this matter, and the bus has been seized. And Donald Trump is in Beijing for the bilateral talks, receives a very big welcome, travels with top business leaders. Over 100 killed due to storms in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. Good afternoon, viewers. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. So let's go to Beijing because we see President Trump is in China for the high-stake meeting. We'll get you all those visuals coming in. It's a high-stake meeting which is taking place. We have seen President Trump has described talks with Xi Jinping as great after a 2-hour-long high-stakes meeting in Beijing. And still no word from President Trump whether they talked about Taiwan. Now, Trump was given a grand welcome at the Great Hall of the People, where Xi called for the two sides to be partners, not rivals. And Trump has described Xi as a great leader. Trump has come to China with a huge team. He is joined in Beijing by tech bosses, including Tesla's Elon Musk and other tech leaders. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. We are tracking the story very, very closely. Trump is offering praise as Xi has warned of confrontation over Taiwan at the summit. US President Trump and his Chinese counterpart are discussing key issues dividing the two superpowers. So a lot of topics will be discussed. Trade, America's relation with Taiwan, and the war in Iran as they are meeting in Beijing. Xi greeted Trump with a lot of pomp and ceremony as they met at the Great Hall of People, which is a very important key cultural and social event center. This is coming in the backdrop of the meeting. Then they went for a bilateral meeting before Trump visited the Temple of Heaven. That's a religious complex dating to the 15th century that symbolizes the relationship between heaven and earth. So we have seen a lot of cultural symbolism there as well as Trump and Xi are meeting. This is a very important meeting coming in at the backdrop of global tensions. Trump has arrived for the 2-day summit accompanied by top CEOs. This is an elaborate welcome ceremony, and we have seen that his motorcade rolled past skyscrapers lit with Chinese characters reading Beijing welcome. The Republican president has said he expects a great big hug from Xi as he banks on what he believes is a strong personal relationship with the Chinese leader. The live updates coming in right now, and we'll try to go across to our editors as well to really understand what is happening at that meeting. This is a very important meeting which is taking place between two world leaders. Remember that Trump had put a lot of tariffs on China, and that, of course, could be a very important point of discussion in that important meeting that is taking place, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. It's a historic summit because Chinese leader has hailed a new era of US-China relations defined by stable ties and managed competition in talks with President Trump.
新闻记者提问：中国将于今年的这个5月18号到19号在上海举办亚太经合组织第2次高官会。目前我们注意到会期已经临近了，外交部能否进一步介绍会议筹备的有关情况？外交部对此次会议有何预期的成果？谢谢。
APEC 高官会是为领导人会议准备成果的主渠道，每年举办4到5次。作为2026年 APEC 东道主，中方将于5月18日至19日在上海举办 APEC 第2次高官会。本次会议将对今年 APEC 合作进行年终盘点，汇聚早期收获，为下半年各场活动和领导人会议成果做好铺垫。此外，本次高官会前 ，APEC 各委员会、工作组也会于5月11日至17日举行近40场会议，涉及贸易投资、经济技术合作、妇女、电信、粮食安全等领域。预计将有来自 APEC 各成员经济体、秘书处、观察员等超过1000名代表与会。
Member economies of APEC, the APEC Secretariat, and the APEC observers will participate. The host city of Shanghai is China's largest economic center and an important global economic hub, as Shanghai ranks among the world's top 5 cities by economic output and records the largest port, trade volume, and container throughput in TEUs. We welcome all of you to continue following and supporting the second APEC senior officials meeting, as well as the APEC China Year. Next one, please.
Well, President Trump's visit to China has become the biggest global headline. Here on Republic TV, we're tracking this very closely as the bilateral talks that have taken place between President Xi Jinping and President Trump. Joining us on this broadcast is CGTN's reporter Yang. Yang, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to begin by asking you with regards to the bilateral that has taken place between United States of America and China. This is in the backdrop of an ongoing war, and the fact of the matter is that China has essentially played a pivotal role here. What are the big takeaways of the bilateral that has taken place between both the leaders?
Well, first of all, nice to be here on the program. Now, let me just round up some of the important remarks that both leaders made during the bilateral meetings. Now, both leaders approach their opening remarks in slightly different ways. Now, President Xi started by saying that the whole world is watching this bilateral summit. Now, because this summit is of immense global importance. He said the big question here is whether China and the United States can overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations. Now, the Thucydides trap is a term that has often been used by Chinese officials. It means it is a term in international relations that is used to describe sort of a structural stress that occurs when a rising power threatens an existing great power, and it suggests that the dynamic often leads to conflict inevitably. So President Xi is saying that the big question here is whether the two countries can make history and overcome this trap and achieve a true mutually respectful, peaceful coexistence. And that is the question of our time. Now, President Xi said that him and President Trump have agreed to define, I'm quoting here, a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability. And that will be defining the China-US relations over the next 3 years and beyond. So a constructive strategic stability essentially means cooperation and managing competition to a point that is manageable within the appropriate boundaries, so that saying that him and President Xi has great personal relationship, and he talked about the huge business delegation that he's bringing, executives from Boeing, Tesla, Nvidia, Micron, and Qualcomm. It's interesting that these companies many of them have been in the focal points of the sort of large trade disputes between the two big economies, which involve things like AI blockade and agricultural trade, which is seen in the fact that American agriculture from Cargill is also part of the business delegation. So the theme of the two leaders' remark is that both sides should strive to achieve some sort of stability and explore opportunities in the future.
Yang, we're talking about two competitive markets. United States of America and China certainly do not see eye to eye on most issues. So how exactly are both the countries trying to reconcile here? Even though the United States of America has come with a large business delegation, but these are biggest competitors to the Chinese market. Is there any roadmap that both the countries are really looking at amidst the tariff war that has been unleashed by President Trump?
Well, now I just came back from covering the latest round of trade consultation between the two countries with senior economic officials in South Korea. And they have ironed out some very important trade issues in which President Xi said that both sides have achieved an overall balanced and positive results. And he had defined several key sectors that the two countries will be focusing on to increase cooperation in the future, and that is in terms of economic and trade, and healthcare, agriculture, and things like tourism, and law enforcement. So the two leaders have agreed to both respectively host the APEC meeting this year and the G20 summit also this year, and so both sides have agreed to maintain a strategic role in a multilateral trade order.
Yang, one final question before I let you go. We'll also connect with you sometime later in the day to get a sense of the overall big takeaways here. But before you leave, what in your mind is the biggest headline that is emerging from the two meetings that have taken place, and perhaps in terms of how both the countries are laying out a roadmap? What, in your opinion, is the biggest headline that's emerging?
Well, the biggest headline is the fact that the two leaders are talking. I mean, this is the first state visit from a sitting U.S. president in 9 years. So both sides in resolving many of the issues. And we have seen from the last summit between President Trump and President Xi last year in October in Busan, South Korea last year, both sides have achieved tangible results and resolved a lot of issues in terms of the trade disputes. So we could clearly see this head of state diplomacy working, and that is what many are expecting to see this time around.
Yang, it was a pleasure speaking to you. I'm hoping to get you back later this evening to help us break and decode the meetings that have taken place in Beijing.
You're welcome.
UDF ആയി നിന്ന ഞങ്ങളുടെ UDF നേതാക്കന്മാരുമാണ്. തീർച്ചയായും ഞാനിവിടെ എത്തിയതിന് അവരോട് എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് കടപ്പാടുണ്ട്. കേരളത്തിലെ ജനങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങളെ വലിയ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഏൽപ്പിച്ചത്. 10 വർഷം നീണ്ടുനിന്ന ഒരു ഭരണം അവസാനിപ്പിച്ച് 102 സീറ്റോടുകൂടിയാണ് അധികാരത്തിലേറ്റിയത്. ആ ജനങ്ങളോട് ഞങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒന്നൊന്നായി ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു തീർക്കും. കഠിനാധ്വാനം ചെയ്ത് പൂർണ്ണമായ അർപ്പണബോധത്തോടെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ ജീവിത നിലവാരം ഉയർത്താൻ, കേരളത്തെ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാൻ, പുതിയ ഒരു കേരളത്തെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ, ഒരു പുതുയുഗത്തിന് തുടക്കമിടാൻ ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും ചേർന്ന് കഠിനാധ്വാനം ചെയ്യും. രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രവർത്തനവും പൊതുപ്രവർത്തനവും ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി നടത്തുന്ന കഠിനാധ്വാനവും അർപ്പണബോധത്തോടു കൂടി ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രവൃത്തിയുമാണ് എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ അതിൻ്റെ നിർവചനം മാറ്റിയെഴുതും. പൊതുപ്രവർത്തനത്തിൻ്റെയും രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിൻ്റെയും നിർവചനം അതായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് മാറ്റിയെഴുതും. ഇതൊരു ദൈവികമായ നിയോഗമായി ഞാൻ കാണുന്നു. വ്യക്തിപരമായി ഒരുപാട് ആളുകളുണ്ട്. ഈ വലിയ വിജയത്തിന് ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിച്ചത് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ആ AICCയുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെല്ലാം പ്രിയങ്കരനായ അതിൻ്റെ സംഘടനാ ചുമതലയുള്ള ജനറൽ സെക്രട്ടറി ശ്രീ KC വേണുഗോപാൽ ഓരോ ദിവസവും ഓരോ കാര്യവും ഞങ്ങളോട് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ
അതുപോലെ
He coordinated with us
ക്യാമ്പയിൻ കമ്മിറ്റി ചെയർമാനായിരുന്ന
even from the beginning of the elections.
മുൻ പ്രതിപക്ഷ നേതാവ് കൂടിയായിരുന്ന KPCC പ്രസിഡന്റായിരുന്ന ശ്രീ രമേശ് ചെന്നിത്തല, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെയും പങ്കുണ്ട്. എന്റെ നേതാവ് കൂടിയാണ് ശ്രീ
Ramesh Chenitala, he names him.
എന്റെ പ്രിയങ്കരനായ
His role is also there in the victory of UDF.
നേതാവ് കൂടിയാണ് ശ്രീ KC വേണുഗോപാൽ. അവരെ എല്ലാവരെയും പൂർണ്ണമായ വിശ്വാസത്തിലെടുക്കും.
Venugopal is my friend.
പ്രസിഡന്റ് ശ്രീ സണ്ണി ജോസഫിനോട്, അതുപോലെ ഇവിടുത്തെ ചുമതല AICCയുടെ ചുമതലയുണ്ടായിരുന്ന
സണ്ണി ജോസഫ്,
ദീപാദാസ് മുൻഷിയോട്, എല്ലാവരോടും അവരുടെ ക്യാമ്പ് ചെയ്താണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ
ദീപാദാസ് മുൻഷി,
എല്ലാവരോടുമുള്ള
they all camped here for the one worked hard.
ഇത് വലിയൊരു ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ്.
I express my sincere gratitude to all of them.
സങ്കീർണമായ
It's a big responsibility.
ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച
Kerala is going through a tough stage.
ആ വെല്ലുവിളികളെ നേരിടാൻ കേരളം ഒരുമിച്ച് നിൽക്കണം. കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ വിഭാഗം ജനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിപക്ഷ
Kerala should stand together in the days ahead.
പിന്തുണ ഞാൻ അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തെ നമുക്ക് രക്ഷിച്ചെടുക്കാൻ
Need the support of even the opposition.
എല്ലാവരും
We should save Kerala, new Kerala, to form a new Kerala.
നല്ല ഒരു ടീം ഉണ്ടാകണം. നല്ല ഒരു ടീം ബിൽഡ്
Only
ഒരാൾക്ക് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക്
the coordinated efforts of all can do that.
ഒരു ടീമിനായിരിക്കും ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
I cannot do anything alone. I need the support of all.
ടീം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുക.
The team UDF.
തീർച്ചയായും ഏറ്റെടുക്കും. ഹൃദയം നിറഞ്ഞ നന്ദി എല്ലാവരോടും പറയുന്നു, കേരളത്തിലെ ജനങ്ങളോട് പറയുന്നു.
Thanks to all.
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഒരു നാണക്കേടും ഇതൊക്കെ ഫോർമാലിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്, നടപടിക്രമങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം വിവിധ പാർട്ടികൾ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിമാരെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കാൻ എത്രയോ സമയം എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ചരിത്രം അറിയാതെ അങ്ങനെ കുറ്റപ്പെടുത്തരുത്. നേതൃത്വത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരുമ്പോൾ അവരതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ഭാഗവും പരിശോധിച്ച് ഒരു കാലത്തും നടക്കാത്ത തരത്തിൽ
ACC took the decision by examining all the aspects. ACC took the decision by considering all the aspects.
കോൺഗ്രസ് പാർട്ടി സാധാരണ ഒരു പാർട്ടി.
It was after speaking to all leaders, all people, all allies, the decision was taken by High Command.
MLA-മാരായി ജയിച്ചു വന്നവരിലും കഴിവുള്ള നേതാക്കന്മാരുള്ള ഒരു പാർട്ടിയാണ്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരാളെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ജോലിയാണ്.
There are several good leaders fit for the CM post, but finding one person was very difficult for the ACC.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ജനങ്ങൾ പിന്തുണച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജനങ്ങൾ UDF-നെ പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി കാണുകയാണ്. അവർ UDF-നെ പിന്തുണച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, വൻ വിജയം നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനവർക്ക് വലിയ പ്രതീക്ഷയുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളറിയാലോ, ഞങ്ങൾ ടീം UDF ആയിട്ടാണ് നിന്നത്. ടീം UDF ഒരു പാർട്ടിയെ പോലെയാണ് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചത്. എല്ലാ നേതാക്കളും, പ്രിയങ്കരായ സാദിഖ് അലി തങ്ങൾ, ശ്രീ PK കുഞ്ഞാലിക്കുട്ടി സാഹിബ്, ഏറ്റവും സീനിയറായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ PJ ജോസഫ് സാറ്, ശ്രീ പ്രേമചന്ദ്രനും ശ്രീ ഷിബു ബേബി ജോണൊക്കെയുള്ള RST, CP ജോൺ ഞങ്ങളുടെ UDF-ന്റെ സെക്രട്ടറി ആയിരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ ശ്രീ രാജൻ ബാബു, ശ്രീ മാണി സി കാപ്പൻ, ശ്രീ അനൂപ് ജേക്കബ് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള UDF നേതാക്കൾ ഒരു ഒറ്റ പാർട്ടി, ഒരു പാർട്ടിയെ പോലെയാണ് അവരെല്ലാം പ്രവർത്തിച്ചത്. അവരെ എനിക്ക് ഉപദേശങ്ങൾ തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, അനുഗ്രഹങ്ങൾ.
All allies in the UDF work together like one party.
ഇങ്ങനെ അത് പാർട്ടിയായിട്ടും ഘടകകക്ഷികളുമായിട്ടും ആലോചിച്ച് ഗവർണറെ കണ്ടതിന് ശേഷം തീരുമാനിക്കും. അത് ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം ആദ്യം കാണുന്നു. എല്ലാ മുതിർന്ന നേതാക്കളുമായി കൂടിയാലോചിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം ഗവർണറുമായിട്ട് ആലോചിച്ച് പാർലമെൻ്ററി പാർട്ടി യോഗം എന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനെല്ലാം ശേഷമുള്ളൊരു നടപടിക്രമമുണ്ട്. അത് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നതല്ല, ഇതൊന്നും കൂട്ടായി തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നു. വരട്ടെ, ഞാനല്ലല്ലോ മന്ത്രിമാരെ തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്, കൂട്ടായിട്ടാണ് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്. പാർട്ടിയാണ് മന്ത്രിമാരെ തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്. പാർട്ടിയാണ് നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാനല്ല തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത് മന്ത്രിമാരെ. എന്നോട് അഭിപ്രായം ചോദിക്കും പാർട്ടി, മറ്റ് നേതാക്കളോട് അഭിപ്രായം ചോദിക്കും, എന്നിട്ട് പാർട്ടിയാണ് അത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
The party will take the final call on government formation. Discussions will be held with senior leaders, and after the parliamentary party meeting, a suitable decision will be taken to meet the government.
Taking a short break, the Congress has named V.D. Satishan as the next CM of Kerala, ending days of suspense and speculation over the matter. Stay tuned. We'll get you the latest.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it.
Much coming up, viewers, on the other side, V.D. Satishan, the next CM of Kerala. We'll get you all the top updates as V.D. Satishan says that a decision has been taken keeping the welfare of the people of Kerala. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic. This is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
Right, 10 days after the verdict, Kerala Congress finally